Absolutely.
That was a big promotion of the girl band we played with, and then of course we saw his sunglasses. Now
Right.
so iconic with the Third Eye Girl was the name of the band.
And then, of course, you know, he made news again, I mean, in a moment of relevance, when he changed his name to a symbol. I mean,
Right.
if you remember
Right.
that,
Oh,
I mean,
artist-
that
for sure.
the artist
Formerly known
as
as
Prince.
Prince,
You
yeah.
know, he
That
kept,
was all over recording
Everywhere.
issues and
yeah, with Sony Music, I
Sony,
believe.
yeah.
He was angry at the label. He was he wanted to release his music his way on his terms, and he did so. He embraced online, direct to consumer. He did that before a lot of artists did it, and kind of thumbed his nose at what he felt were unfair constraints by the record label. And here in Eden Prairie, I literally, Tom, I just got back from being with a photographer named Steven, based here in Eden Prairie, who remarkably shot Graffiti Bridge. You know, Graffiti Bridge right down the road from our studios here in Eden Prairie. Beautifully shot Graffiti Bridge before it was torn down. And right before it was torn down, artists came in. You know, Eden Prairie kids for years would with the blessing of the city, would make a yearly pilgrimage there and do art on the bridge before it was torn down. An artist came in and dedicated it to Prince, made a beautiful mural, and I think we're efforting trying to get that picture. But yeah, no matter whether it was art or music or whatever, Prince touched every facet of entertainment.
We were just looking at video, him performing in the 80s in St. Paul. I think another thing that people just liked about him too is that he liked to listen to other music, and he liked to find different acts, and he gave people a shot too, because, you know, if obviously he made a name for himself, but then he had a lot of people under his belt where he would lift him up and say, hey, you should listen to these folks. These people are really good. Listen, go to this club and listen to these people. You know, he kind of took people under his own wing and said, you know, we've got a lot of talent here.
And because he was Prince, people listened.
Exactly.
It wasn't just a yeah, I heard. If Prince would recommend someone to an L.A. Reid or any music executive, the executives would listen, and so would the fans.
And that probably comes from his early days when he was unsuccessul with some of those demo tapes early on.
For a long time.
When he was very young and had got a lot of rejection.
We can see the fans starting to gather on that picture right there. A lot of fans are coming there because Ted had mentioned it before, and Jason, you could probably talk about this. That complex is kind of like a site for fans to see. They go there. It's almost like it's a mecca for true Prince fans. It's kind of their space where they feel like they're close to him.
Well, an open mecca. I mean, it's an open because Prince would welcome, again, another way that he embraced Minnesota. You know, fans were welcome there, and fans felt that way.
And speaking of fans, our Ted Haller is there at Paisley Park right now, and he has a number of fans. We know a lot of people are converging there in Chanhassen at Paisley Park. Ted, send it out to you.
Yeah, we just had 3 more fans arrive here, also from Chanhassen High School. Emma, Ellie, Sydney, who are seniors at Chanhassen. Explain why you guys had to be here.
We're big fans of Prince. We come to the studio some weekends, and we just heard about the death here, and we wanted to check it out. And we didn't really expect this, I guess.
Have you been to the studio here before as well?
Yeah, we actually have come in here a couple times for like the music on the weekends. We were planning on going to Jimmy John's for the $1 subs, but then we heard about this and we decided to come see what was happening over here and see if it was real.
I think one of you said you were so emotional you don't think you can go back to school. Why do people have such strong feelings for Prince?
I don't know. I grew up in Chanhassen, and so I've always been connected to Prince. And I've been listening to Prince since I was like in my mother's womb. So, and I don't know. This is just so heartbreaking, and I don't know. I just grew up on Prince, so this is really, really crazy and sad.
I mean, Prince is this international artist, this star who performs in the Super Bowl, yet he lives right here in your town. Yeah. What does that say?
I don't know. It says a lot about him, I guess. I mean, he could live anywhere he wants, and he still lives near where he grew up.
For those who've never been inside Paisley Park, I'm wondering if one of you can just describe what it looks like, what the atmosphere is.
It's just kind of different. There's a lot of purple.
Yeah.
It's not what you would expect.
It's very Prince.
And you know, you guys just got here. We're seeing more fans arrive here. There's this big grassy hill across the street for those who can't see. What do you think this area is going to look like tonight, tomorrow, a few days from now?
So many purple flowers, so much purple, and just so many people who actually cared about his music. And I don't know, he's just leaving a lot of fans behind, so it's really sad. It's going to be crazy.
I think it's going to be packed for days to come.
Yeah. One time there was a rumor that Prince was in Chanhassen and coming to the restaurant that I work at. And when I was working, there was a ton of fans there. Like, we had to kick some people out, so I can only imagine what this will be like.
And we can't forget his music. I mean, what's the song you want to play right now?
I just want to dance to Erotic City and just
Yes.
Prince. Yeah. Or Seven. I don't know.
With Prince, there's a lot of options, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's too many.
Any other suggestions for people?
Pretty much those two.
Well, thank you all for talking to us. Our condolences, best wishes. We know how we're with everyone we're talking today. We just see how deeply you guys feel for Prince and his music. So thank you for sharing some time with us. You know, we keep hearing the same theme over and over again, guys. It's just Prince was no ordinary star. He was an artist, and an artist never forgot where he came from. Back to you.
Yeah, I never forgot the fans.
Question.
Never made it, never forgot it was the fans who really, it seemed like the fans were the ones who really inspired him to do the work.
Right.
I mean, really, genuinely, there's a lot of artists where you can kind of see they're doing it for the fame and they're doing it for the hoopla.
Yeah.
He just really did it for the music and for the fans who loved him so dearly.
And some of our Facebook friends and people on Twitter who follow us are also reacting.
Yeah, I just wanted to read a couple of the comments on our Facebook page. This one's pretty interesting. Mike says he went to high school with Prince. In fact, Central High School in South Minneapolis. And he says, I simply cannot believe this. Wow. A lot of other people saying, is this for real? Is this actually happening? Another person says, what a huge loss. Rest in peace, our Purple Prince.
I just read a tweet from Tori Hunter. Of course, we know Tori from the Twins, saying, one of my favorites gone. This hurts, man. R.I.P. Hashtag doves crying. We think of the song When Doves Cry.
Yeah.
Prince, we know, had so much fame. He sold over 100 million records during his career, making him one of the best-selling artists of all time. He won 7 Grammy Awards. He won a Golden Globe, an Academy Award, and recently was inducted 12 years ago into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2004. And then I thought it was interesting that Rolling Stone ranks Prince as number 27 of the top 100 greatest artists of all time. And I'm sure now with what we know now, maybe that number goes up even higher. We know Iris Perez has been to Paisley Park a number of times for Prince's concerts, and she's out there with Ted Haller right now.
I know this is a tough day for her, Ted.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Iris Perez has been here for some time, and we've been sharing quite a few hugs, haven't we, Iris?
Yeah, we have.
Iris is a good friend of Prince, knows him quite well. Iris, what's going through your head today?
This is absolutely unbelievable. As you know, Prince is not only one of the most prolific artists of our time, he was a great person who loved Minnesota, who loved the people of Minnesota. This was his home. He had no intention on going anywhere. I mean, I had just been in communication with him on Sunday, and as far as I knew, he was on the up and up, and he didn't want to talk about how he was feeling. He wanted to focus on his music. He wanted to focus on his performance here that night because he wanted to make sure the people here had an experience, and that was what he was all about. He was all about making sure that he left you with an experience that you would never forget, with an experience that left you with, you know, a resonance and a feeling of more than just, you know, a connection that you would have with a musician. And that was what his music was all about. His music will live forever, you know, and I think that people who are people who are heartbroken right now, because trust me, hearts are breaking all over the world right now with this news, they can know that his music, he lives through his music, and there's a variety, a plethora of messages that he left in his music, and one of the most profound messages that he left with all of us was a message of love and a message of something beyond what we experience here. So I think what Prince would want us to feel right now, yes, he would want us to mourn because he knows that he left a lasting impression with us, but he would also want, after that mourning, for us to celebrate his life and celebrate the fact that, you know, he's transitioned and perhaps to something greater, you know. So while my heart is absolutely broken, I am blessed and I feel fortunate to have had some very wonderful memories with Prince Rogers Nelson, and my condolences to his family and those who had the opportunity to be close to him.
You say his full name, Prince Rogers Nelson. We all know Prince, the musician, the artist. What was he like just to be around and have a quiet conversation with?
He was amazing. He left such a lasting impression. I mean, he was funny. I mean, he was so real. You know, I mean, he's so versatile. He's a multifaceted man, but he was a joy to be around. I mean, we did things. We watched movies together, you know, and we watched John Oliver. We watched different things on television. We talked about the news. We talked about celebrities and life and spirituality. He was just an amazing, well-rounded human being, unlike anyone I've ever met.
Why did he choose to stay in Minnesota, and not only stay, but, you know, pick Chanhassen as his home?
You know, that's a really good question. I never got that deep into it. I was just proud, you know. I was proud. I never questioned it because it was something that I was really proud to see. Someone embrace their hometown, embrace this wonderful, beautiful state. And, you know, just like he had said, my hometown, Detroit, was his second hometown. I was happy to make Minneapolis my second hometown. So it was nothing that I ever questioned. But I know he loves Minnesota. He loves the people of Minnesota. And I think he found a lot of peace here. You know, a lot of the riffraff that you would find in a place like New York and LA, he wouldn't have to worry about here. He had a sense of privacy here at Paisley Park in Chanhassen and in Minnesota that he probably wouldn't have found in places like New York and LA.
I got one opportunity to go inside Paisley Park and see him. And what struck me was you walk in and there's no security guards breathing over you. You can kind of do what you want, and how much trust he had for people.
Yeah, because he knew if you acted up, that was on you, and whatever the consequences that followed would be on you. But yeah, he wanted people to not feel restricted, because I think he knew that when people feel restricted, that's when they behave in unusual ways or in ways that violate, you know, his privacy or his space. He definitely had boundaries with people. He definitely, you know, throughout the course of us establishing a friendship, you know, he was guarded just like I was, but again, it goes back to he was human just like the rest of us, and he took time to get to know people and his fans and journalists like myself, and I mean, he's just an outstanding, he will live on through his music, and he was an outstanding person, and again, Teddy, I'm just so blessed to have known him.
And I've asked everyone this, I mean, what song or what album do you want to be playing right now?
Oh, wow. You know, I sat down with him last May when he was making a song called Free Yourself, and I watched him make it, and he was like, I made these songs on instruments that, you know, you grew up listening to in my music, you know, the classic Prince, the Purple Rain Prince that so many people know and love, and I just feel so blessed to have sat in that studio with him up until 4 o'clock in the morning, and then at noon after I got home, received that song, received those lyrics. Again, Teddy, I'm just so blessed to have been his friend, to have been someone to document a small portion, albeit a small portion, but a portion of Prince's life. And yeah, I'm just, I have a very, I mean, I can tell you these things because you're my friend and you're my coworker and you're asking me these questions, but still unbelievable. But again, I have to look at the silver lining in the fact that it was amazing knowing Prince.
And as you talk about the silver lining and you talk about celebrating his life, not only did he have loyal friends, he has creative fans. I mean,
yeah.
How do you see this area transforming over the next few days? One person told me, expect a lot of purple flowers.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be an outpouring of love, not only across the country. People, they flew in for his parties from all over the world. They would come in, not just from Canada, but other parts of the world. So you can expect to see people flying in. People are probably booking flights right now. I mean, Prince, again, meant so much to so many people, not just in the United States, all around the world. And I think it's unfortunate that a lot of people are going to see who he really was after his death, not while he was living. So again, that's why I say I'm just so fortunate to have known him while he was here.
I know this wasn't easy, Iris. Anything else you want people to think about or reflect on at this moment?
Just to remember his message through his music. And like I said, I feel like that underlying message in all of his songs was about the importance of understanding your internal truth, understanding that there is something that binds all of us, regardless of our differences, and that at the end of the day, no matter how you look at it, is love. And I think that that's what he would want us to move forward and keep in our hearts as we remember him and what he meant to each and every one of us.
Love.
Love.
Thank you, Iris, so
You're
much.
welcome, Teddy. My pleasure.
Yeah. Our colleague and good friend, Iris Perez, sharing her thoughts. This has not hit her well. She's been very upset. She did not want to believe it when we heard the rumors. So we appreciate her articulating what everyone is trying to say today about how much Prince it means to them, and also again how he would invite people into his home and make friends with journalists like Iris Perez. I know that from talking to others, Prince was a curious guy. He liked to have people over, and he liked to ask them questions about their jobs and their opinions on things and their opinions on the music industry and technology and how everything's changing. Despite being this superstar, he had a humility to him where he wasn't afraid to open up to people and ask them questions. And I think that's a little bit what you heard there from Iris, guys.
Yeah, Ted, thank you. It's so fascinating to get her perspective as the Prince who's just a buddy, who's just a friend. You know, at least I never met him. I have this idea of Prince and kind of this kind of thing when I think about him. But interesting to hear her talk. You know, they just watched TV. They would hang out. They would talk about whatever, you know, what we talk about, what you talk with your friends about. It's an interesting perspective because not a lot of people got to see that Prince.
And we know it was Prince who reached out to Iris, one of our reporters here, a few years ago, and said, I want you to come out to Paisley Park to one of my parties. And, of course, when you get invited out to Paisley Park, you go.
Not say no.
You go.
You just go.
Right.
Yeah, and speaking of friends of Prince, I just received some text messages from Bobby Z, you know, Prince's drummer in the Revolution. Wonderful man, another Minnesota guy. And he's devastated. I mean, just absolutely devastated. He was with Prince until, I believe, 1986, and was with Prince on stage again, I think in 13, toward the end of one of Prince's tours. Just a nice man, but very close, and is taking this, as you can imagine, pretty hard. So, Bobby, if you're watching, we love you. And,
all of us in shock. And we're hearing also from people who've been touched at higher levels in political office. Senator Amy Klobuchar, I believe we have a statement from her. This is a tweet from the senator saying, heartbroken to hear Prince has died. Hope he has found his world of never-ending happiness. You can always see the sun day or night. Of course, a quote from one of his songs, hashtag RIP, rest in peace. We
wanted to share some more tweets that we're seeing. We're understanding that people are actually we know that they're starting to gather there at Paisley Park, but also they're apparently starting to gather at First Ave. Of course, a place that he, you know, kind of made his secondary home. If it wasn't Paisley Park, it was kind of First Ave that you thought Prince. So people are starting to gather there as well, just to say, you know, goodbye.
This is a great shot. Of course, we know Prince loved playing basketball. This is middle school. Prince was once, like all of you prospects, hooping for now closed Minneapolis Central High School. Here he is in Bryant Middle School. And someone else tweeted, only Prince could look cool in middle school.
Right.
Yeah. And he did. Look at, I mean,
Look
you know.
That.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
And there's that great Dave Chappelle, you know, skit about playing basketball and
right.
Pancakes.
Eddie Murphy's brother.
Yeah, Charlie Murphy.
Charlie Murphy.
Yes, that's right.
And it sounds like it was all legit, right?
It was
that
legit.
They played basketball at Paisley Park, and after they played, Prince served them pancakes.
Yeah.
It's a true story.
Played basketball in his heels.
It's an example of fiction is or truth is sometimes stranger than fiction.
Right.
And here we go, another one from the NFL. Rest in peace, Prince. A classic shot of him on stage.
Well, and I believe, if memory serves me right, that is probably from his legendary halftime show, which, I mean, the more modern day halftime shows are judged against Prince's. I mean, that was probably...
It was the best.
It was, critics may disagree, but that was just an amazing performance. And again, it proved that he was a cross-generational artist.
And again, doing it for the fans. You know, we talked about this a little bit before. You know, it seemed that he was doing it for the love of music, for the love of the message that he passed along in his songs, but also he knew that his fan base was like something we haven't seen. I mean, his fan base is so very strong, and they are diehards. I mean, they do not falter from him. No matter if he's taken a hiatus and you don't hear from him for a couple years, they are following him, and he did it for the fans. He loved that they loved him so much.
And we could see that cross-generational, right?
Well, and you could see his, you know, the fans loved him, but you could also see how much he was genuinely devoted and appreciative of his fans. We just heard Iris, you know, Perez's story. Again, I reference our former anchor, Robin Robinson. I mean, Prince, you know, they had a great relationship. And you saw it in the shows that Prince would do at Paisley. You know, last-minute invites, you know, and local invites, and come down to Paisley. What other artist does that? I mean, what other artist, no matter where they live, whether it's Minnesota or California or Florida, puts out that type of, or facilitates that type of very personal relationship with their fans? It's wonderful.
And when you think of that halftime performance at the Super Bowl, you hear the music, it holds up to this day, doesn't it? I mean, this is music from the 80s. A lot of 80s music still doesn't hold up. That kind of music holds up to this day.
I mean, Raspberry beret. I
Right.
mean, purple. I mean, it is. It's the definition of classic.
Right, and people throw out the term musical genius, and maybe sometimes too much. Not in this case.
No.
Not in this case.
Ted Haller is for us at Paisley Park. He's been there talking to fans. Of course, we've seen that gathering grow there. Ted, what do you have for us right now?
Yeah, more fans arriving, more fans bringing flowers, and we're seeing some purple. I think we're trying to zoom in on some that are on the fence right now surrounding Paisley Park. Cars going by it, but you can see some flowers with definitely some purple wrapping there. Someone said, Ted, you won't believe the number of purple flowers we're going to be seeing here the next few days, and we're already starting to. And I'm here with one of Prince's big fans here, Becky. What's your last name, Becky?
Mercer.
And Becky, why did you want to be here today?
Well, I just felt as if I'm never around anything that's historical, and to me, this is going to be like that moment of where were you when you found out Prince died? I live here, and I was driving right by, and I just told my husband, I'm like, let's stop. Let's just, get out and pay our respects if it's really Prince that was in there. And then we found out it was really him once we started talking to other people.
You don't see this kind of reaction for every artist passing away. People are crying, people are in shock. What is it about Prince people feel so deeply?
I think his music really brought people together. He was from a diverse background, and his music was for everybody, no matter if you were black, white, Puerto Rican, Mexican, Chinese. His music just brought people together, and it got you excited. I loved all of his stuff.
One thing I keep hearing from people is not only did they love his art, his music, they also love the fact he stayed in Minnesota, and not only stayed here, he invited us into his home here.
I love that too, and I've only lived in Minnesota for a very brief time, so for me, I didn't even know this was Paisley Park for the longest time until somebody finally said, oh yeah, Prince's recording studio's right there, and I was like, what? Down the road from where I lived, and I didn't know it? So then I started to pay more attention, and actually was going to try to get to one of his concerts in here, but sadly now that won't happen.
Yeah, I've heard that from a few people. They thought, boy, next time he's doing something, I'm going.
Exactly. I joined his little Paisley Park Facebook page to keep up with when he's coming, what's going on. So, it's like you always think you have tomorrow to do something, but you don't necessarily.
I keep asking people, if you could hit play on a song or an album right now, what do you want to hear?
Oh, there's so many songs I love by him. Right now, the one that comes to mind is Purple Rain, because it is here raining in Minnesota right now, and I think it's just sadness from everybody who loved him.
Yeah, we keep saying there's tears coming from the clouds right now and tears from the eyes.
Exactly.
Anything else, Becky, you wanted to share, you want people to think about? Thanks so much for talking to us.
I appreciate it.
Right, and like we said, we thought people were going to be bringing flowers. We thought those flowers would be purple, and already we're seeing that. People walking across the street, sticking them into the fence that surrounds Paisley Parks, and I just, I can't think ahead to 1 day or 2 days from now what that visual is going to look like when I think we'll see just a wall of flowers, a wall of color surrounding Paisley Park, and as many know, at night, when he lights it up, he lights it up in purple, and just what a stunning visual tribute we're going to be seeing here at Paisley Park to Prince. Back to you.
Ted, I did have a question for you. I know it's great to hear from these
Yeah.
fans, but I know we are still waiting for any official word from officials. Are they expected to hold a news conference anytime soon, giving us more details into exactly, what happened, why they got the call? Have you heard anything from officials?
Well, first of all, I've been on the air for the last hour or so I haven't talked to officials, but I can tell you there's no officials around here. There are no police here. The only police we see are behind the fence here at Paisley Park. So I don't know. I imagine there's going to be some news conference at some point here, but I think with the Associated Press confirming that it is Prince, that's not holding people back from coming here and recognizing what happened this morning or overnight here at Paisley Park. I have some more fans if you want to hear from them.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Excuse me, sir, do you want to step in here, please? Sure. Thank you for talking to us. And can I have your name?
Mark Bondi.
And Mark, where are you from?
Minneapolis.
Why'd you want to be here today, Mark?
I've been following Prince for a long time, and he really impacted my life in profound, meaningful ways. And, you know, yeah, it's where I needed to be.
I keep hearing that from people, that he impacted my life, or he changed my life,
Yeah.
or he opened me up to possibilities I didn't know existed.
Yeah.
Can you, I know it's hard to put that into words, but explain what you mean by that.
Well, for me, I mean, I met my wife through Prince, so his music brought us together in a real literal way. You know, so my kids wouldn't be born, wouldn't be the kids they are without Prince. You know, I connected to people that I don't think I otherwise would have in life. So my path in life has been, things have been open for me because of his music. He broke down walls, he broke down barriers, he brought people together. He connected to me to faith. He made me challenge who I was as a human and who God was to me. I mean, the impact is profound.
So what do people like you, what do fans do now going forward to try to keep that legacy and keep his voice and relevance alive?
Yeah, I mean, I think first, you know, we got to mourn. It's like losing a friend, you know. I mean, the catalog of music and the songs and the histories and the experiences. So there's a mourning, I think, that's going to have to happen for us. And then, you know, the blessing of it all is his music lives on. His legacy lives on. I mean, it ain't going nowhere, and it's gonna be funky forever. You know, I mean, this music ain't gonna stop being funky. It's gonna roll through the decades, the centuries. I mean, history books are gonna have his name in it because of what he did.
Yeah, and like you point out there, it's not just Prince's music; it's all the artists who were inspired by Prince.
I mean, the dude's a domino, man. I mean, the reality is the influence. You're going to see it today. I mean, you are going to see the tweets, you're going to see the speeches, you're going to see the people that say, without Prince, I would not have been. I mean, the guy did his own thing. He beat to his own drum. He pushed back against systems that told him what he could and couldn't do, and he said, I'm going to do this anyway. I mean, and you know what? He's Minneapolis' own, representing, you know, central Minneapolis, representing the north side. He put us on the map and brought our sound widely. His impact is massive. I mean, in this city, I think, is going to need to stand up and recognize just how big of a superstar and how big of an influence he's had. I've been around the world, and you know whose music I hear in hallways and bars, wherever you go, it's Prince.
Thanks, Mark.
Appreciate
as you said, as Mark said, it's kind of Prince's universe, and right here at Paisley Park, this is the center of it, guys. Back to you.
That's ground zero, certainly.
Yes.
And we understand, thank you, Ted, that Prince's publicist has made a statement now. We know it's been confirmed from a number of sources, but this is what Prince's publicist had to say. We'll show that to you right now. Here's the graphic. It says, "It is with profound sadness that I am confirming that the legendary, iconic performer Prince Rogers Nelson has died at his Paisley Park residence this morning at the age of 57. There are no further details to the cause of death at this time," and that will be the big question. We know that Prince was recently hospitalized for dehydration and had some issues. I was reading an article, I didn't realize this, he, in a PBS interview, told Tavis Smiley that he was born epileptic and that he used to have a number of seizures when he was a young child. But we don't, again, know the cause of death.
And at this point, all we can really do is just, you know, remember him and think about what a great artist he was, what a great Minnesotan he was, just what a great person he was to be a part of and be part of our lives. There was just one tweet that I wanted to pass along. It says, "As the purple rain falls over Minnesota, we thank you for everything you have meant to us. Rest in peace." And it is a little bit fitting that it's raining today. I mean, I think a lot of people are looking at that. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for Minnesota. And it's a sad day not only for Minnesota, but just all across the world. I mean, Jason, you know, I mean, everybody.
Everyone,
is impacted.
And that young man that Ted just spoke to, he was responsible for the Minneapolis sound. I mean, he put us on the map musically in the 80s, and that continued. You cannot talk to an artist that either wasn't influenced by Prince that's performing now, maybe subconsciously or consciously, or a musician that Prince wasn't a fan of. I mean, there are countless reports of Prince going, 2009, 2010, there are reports of Prince going in to watch various acts, only staying a few minutes and then leaving the club, the Dakota, whatever, First Avenue. Sometimes going on stage. He was famous for going on stage sometimes a little bit, performing a little bit, and then disappearing. He did that at his own shows in Paisley Park. And of course, you know, just on a mainstream. And, you know, he did his own thing. I mean, that's why he was an artist. He didn't really, mainstream success, radio play, didn't really mean, he just, the craft of music. But he did have so many mainstream moments that changed pop culture, from Purple Rain. We often forget, I mean, talk about mainstream. He did the soundtrack to Batman, Michael Keaton's Batman in 19.
Right.
I know, people sometimes forget that, but that was an odd choice because even though we had big hits and big movies, he was a little bit, he didn't always follow the mainstream. He did what he wanted to do, so, yeah.
And we know he did that, too, when it came to his recording studio, who he had the standoff with. Talk about
Warner
your stand and had issues with the name, that they wouldn't allow him to use his own name, so he became a symbol, as we know.
So staff at Paisley Park, there's a great City Pages article many years ago with different facts, and it was known that staff at Paisley Park during that period called him the dude.
The dude.
Just the dude.
The dude.
The dude. Well,
Yeah.
I think also, too, you know, talking about kind of beat to his own drum, I think that's part of the charm, is that he did it on his own, and he decided, you know what, I'm going to do it this way, and it may not be the way that all the artists are doing it right now, but I'm going to kind of make my own path. And obviously, he was able to do it quite well, but I think people liked that he thought, you know what, I'm going to do it how I want to do it, and if people like it, they like it, and people loved it.
And what a gamble, too, at the height of his career that was happening.
At the height of his career, but again, that's why he's known. He cared more about the craft. The craft of melody and song than commercial success of any kind.
Social media, we know, Jason and Kelly, has been exploding all since this news hit. This is from Brian Wilson from, we know, the Beach Boys. He says, I'm shocked to hear that Prince passed at such a young age. Musically, he could do it all. Sing, play, arrange, and produce. Love and mercy, from Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys.
Well, and you think, you know, Jason, we've talked a lot about this. Obviously, he was born here, he grew up here, he stayed here, which is why I think we feel obviously a stronger connection with him. But what do you think this means going forward? I mean, how do the people of Minnesota, obviously his fans, how do we honor him? I mean, it just seems such like a big concept of how do we honor someone like that who has done so much for the state?
I think we honor him. I think our friend that Ted interviewed, I think it's continuing to be a welcoming place for indie artists, an artist that may not get a shot elsewhere, and continuing to really nurture that Minneapolis sound, that again, that he started in the 80s, and be a welcoming place for musicians. I think that's the way that you do it. You continue, Minnesota has to continue to be a bastion and a safe place for artists to come in and to be able to do their thing. And I think that's the best way. I think that's one of the best ways to honor.
And as that young man said, keep it funky, because that's what Prince was all about.
I love that guy. He's, you know what? We were all smiling. I think that young man spoke for a lot of fans. He said it better than most. I mean, he just, I think he represented a lot of fans and how they're feeling right now.
Representative Keith Ellison also tweeting just recently, this is a statement at least from him, saying that my heart is heavy with the news of Prince's passing. To the people of Minnesota, Prince was a hero. He inspired countless others around the world with his art. Prince showed us it was okay to stand out. He showed us that the best way to be cool was to be yourself. Prince wasn't merely a pop star to many of us. He was much, much more. The world will be a little less bright without Prince in it. Again, from Representative Keith Ellison.
A very similar tweet, but from a different part of the universe, the pop universe, talking about how he influenced artists of every generation. Katy Perry just tweeted. And just like that, the world lost a lot of magic. Rest in peace, Prince. Thanks for giving us so much.
A lot of magic. That is a good way.
That's why I wanted to read that tweet. I mean, Katy Perry, but I like that because it was just, again, there's a lot of, Tommy, we agree, there's a lot of overused words, genius and icon and legend and magic, but Prince was all of those.
Apropos.
There's no argument. He was everything you're going to hear, every compliment, every superlative, he deserves it.
I wanted to pass a couple along too on our Facebook page. You know, we posted the news and people are going on social media to grieve and to talk about their Prince moment. Here's when Lisa says the world lost an extremely talented man. There was no one like him, and he will be missed. And then another one, Jana says, I grew up in the 80s. Prince was an icon. I love his music. Ernesto says, never forget. Again, Jason, we use that word icon a lot, but I think he has proven that is exactly what he was. You know, he's been around for so long, had so many hits, had so many generations that followed him. I mean, I remember I had friends that were in middle school and high school who, you know, would hear, oh my gosh, Prince is going to have a concert, and you'd have to beg your parents to let you go when you were, you know, in 8th grade or a junior, and you'd try to go, and because you just wanted to see it. You wanted to see this mythical person, kind of.
In person.
And then we're looking at a jam cam. This is Audubon right at Highway 5. That's where Paisley Park is located in Chanhassen. You can see it is now a kind of a processional, if you will, going by. That's they're turning onto Audubon from Highway 5. That's where Paisley Park is, and the gates where Ted Howler was reporting and giving us the information, of course, where Paisley Park is located. But we can see this is probably going to be the scene, I would think, the rest of the day.
Rest of the day, I think Ted put it well, too. I just cannot imagine that scene, what we're looking at right now, 24 hours from now, and what it's going to look like. A sea of fans, a sea of respect right there in Chanhassen. Tommy, you mentioned we were talking about some of the lighter moments, some of the great fantastical stories that actually turned out to be true. One involving Charlie Murphy, you know, Eddie Murphy, playing in that famous Dave Chappelle skit where they play basketball and then eat pancakes. Charlie Murphy on the loss of Prince, quote, "I'm blown away and may he rest in peace. Music has lost one of its greatest icons." Again, that comes from Charlie Murphy.
Yeah, and that is backed up by Rolling Stone magazine, who just recently put out the list of the 100 most influential, the best artists of all time. They have Prince at number 27. And I would think in the years to come that he goes up even higher than that as we start to really digest the musical genius that Prince was. It's hard to say it in the past tense, as we're all learning that Prince has died this morning at Paisley Park. But that's what I think most of us grab onto, the fact that he had so many different sounds, so many different, his own style kind of changed and more.
He kind of created his own genre. I mean, he
really did.
And I think we have another tweet before we move on.
I believe from Magic Johnson.
Yeah, from Magic Johnson. Let's take a look at what he said. "This is so tragic. First MJ, now Prince. Two icons." Again, that word, Tommy, two icons gone too soon.
And when you went to a Prince concert, he had you partying until you couldn't party anymore.
There you go. And we remember, too, in the paper not long ago, Jason, when they were all turning 50 at the same time. It was MJ, it was Prince, and Madonna. Yeah. They were all turning 50 that year, and you look at that grouping right there, and you think, wow, that's a statement of music in that trio.
Well, and to give a little perspective, I think just on a very human level, and we're going to be hearing this, I think this is just even more difficult because of the amount of losses that we've had recently, and even within the last 10 years. You mentioned MJ and Whitney Houston, David Bowie within just the last few months. I mean, I mean, if there was a Mount Rushmore of current legendary artists, musical artists, everybody that I mentioned would be somewhere in that monument and represented. And I think it's just the amount of loss within the last few years just makes this even worse. It's just, you know, another legend that we lost way too early.
That's right. Well, that's exactly right. But at only the age of 57, he would have been 58 in June of this year, but just 57 years old. And of course, we're hearing from people also in Hollywood, people who probably knew Prince. Jennifer Lopez, J-Lo, also sending out a tweet earlier. I believe we have that. We're looking, by the way, this is video in St. Paul from 1984. That was a concert. But this is from Jennifer Lopez saying, "Shocked and so sad. R.I.P. Prince. Hashtag music. Hashtag legend. Hashtag what we just talked about. Gone too soon."
Yeah. I think it's also, you know, I remember hearing just last week, obviously we knew that he was sick. There was a situation last week. He was at a concert, was on a plane heading back. They had to make an emergency landing because he was sick. Turns out it sounded like maybe he had the flu, so he had to go into the hospital and get some treatment there. And at that point, I remember when I saw that alert come across my phone, and I thought, oh my gosh, what happened to Prince? And then you heard that he had this performance here in town saying, "It's okay, fans, I'm all right."
To allay the
fears.
So
you kind of thought, okay, we're good. Prince is fine. So it's just coming out of nowhere. I mean, literally the word "shocked" is what everyone in our newsroom said out loud when this came down.
Well, and you'll hear some, anytime there's a celebrity that passes, whether they're on the scale of Prince or even low, there's always, you know, people, they're like, why is this such a big deal? Like, it's a celebrity. Why? And I was thinking about it with musical artists. I think it touches people a little harder because they represent, and I know this sounds pretty woo-woo, but they represent kind of the soundtracks to our lives.
Right.
And I know, again, this sounds like a Hallmark card, but they really do. I mean, they
tap into our emotions.
You think of a memory, and you peg that memory with a song. And for millions of people, Raspberry Beret may represent a first date. Purple Rain may represent a first movie. You know what I mean? So, and it takes you back there. So that's why when people wonder, why are people crying over a celebrity? It's because they are more than celebrities to people. If you're a fan, you're a fan for a reason, and I think that's why, especially with Prince.
It's more of a visceral connection, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes the music gets you through times in your life. I think we've all been at times where things haven't been great, and you've had that artist, you've had that album that you listen to kind of get you through that emotional moment. And so it's more than just, oh, I watched a movie and I liked the movie. Sometimes the music is literally getting you through difficult times in your life, and I think that's why people are so connected with an artist,
And
especially like Prince.
And for those of us in Minnesota, we could connect to him because he stayed connected to Minnesota, which, you know, proudly, and was happy to do that. Even his movie was based right here in Minnesota, Purple Rain.
You are actually looking at, I'm glad we got this. You're looking at one of, I believe, if memory serves me right, this is the second interview that Prince did with former anchor Robin Robinson. His second interview with Channel 9. We had a great relationship with him via Robin for many years, and he opened up his doors to our station, was incredibly generous. This was actually on a personal level, if I may. This was actually my first day in this station back in the year 2000. Again, I believe this was, when you look at the interview right there, that is June of the year 2000. There's photographer Scott Keller there as well. But and he did, but this interview does kind of represent, that image kind of represents, you didn't have to be an anchor, you didn't have to be, you know, Iris Perez, you know, a reporter here and a dear colleague and friend. You didn't have to be on TV. He would open up his doors to fans, make a connection, and again, stories we'll never hear about because he didn't I mean, he was, that's just what a great, I'm so glad Iris said that. He was just a good man. I mean, or as the staff called him, the dude.
The dude.
You know, he was just a very kind soul and extremely generous. Again, I referenced Bobby Z, Prince's drummer for many years in the Revolution until about 1986. Bobby Z, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. And Bobby described him the same way, that he was just, yes, he was Prince, but he was also just a guy.
And he would reach out to other people, as we know, and other artists. We think back to, you go into the Wayback Machine to the Bangles.
Yeah.
Remember their song Manic Monday?
Yes.
Prince wrote that song for them.
Nothing Compares to You.
For Sinead O'Connor, written by Prince.
Written by Prince. And again, so that's why we were talking about his legacy. We don't have to build a legacy.
Right.
I mean, the legacy is very present because of the amount of influence. Ways we don't even know. Influences we can't tangibly see. Artists that don't even know they're influenced by Prince's sounds. Many. I mean, you know, like you said, he just kept it was a constant evolution, and that's what kept him relevant.
Ever changing.
Here's something interesting to note too. The people who would always come in contact and play with Prince. You go back to Sheila E. You go back to a lot of the people who came through his life. Never had a crossword to say about Prince after they left kind of the inner circle of Prince.
Even if he removed
them,
even if he had to remove them from the band, no, you didn't. Again, I mean, Bobby Z again left the band, and but I mean, he's devastated. It's had not a bad thing to say.
Right.
I'm glad you brought that up because you're absolutely right.
We always heard too that he was humble. I mean, even though he was, again, we keep talking about, he was kind of this being that you couldn't quite understand, but that was kind of the allure of it. But he was very humble, and you heard from Iris, he was really thankful for his fans and knew that his fans were there through it all and supported him for whatever he was doing and whatever new genre he was going to try, new sound that he would try. You know, if you think about it, yeah, he had so many different sounds, and sometimes he'd come out with something and you'd think, well, that's not quite what I remember of Prince, or that's not quite what I think, but it was a hit, and his fans loved it, and they supported it, and they said, on to the next one, and on to the next sound. And, you know, I think that's what also you kept hearing about him, is that he was a humble guy.
Well, and talking about doing it your own way, I was just remembering this, you know, and also talking about staying relevant. Prince recently, and I say recently, probably within the last month, joined Instagram.
Right.
And I remember the first couple posts of Prince were very Prince. I mean, he called it the Princetagram, which is just, that's the best thing ever. But his posts were very, he would post different sections of one picture. And I remember looking at my feed one time, and there were like 50 posts of Prince, and within 1 minute, and I thought, again, he just does, he did everything his own way. And again, if you hear me, I keep tripping using the past and present tense because it's very shocking to think that at age 57 that he's gone. So I apologize, but I think it's representative of how a lot of us are feeling.
I think
it's
most
just
of us feel
a little gobsmacked right
And
now.
you're talking about humility and how humble Prince could be. We also know Prince was a pretty religious guy.
Very much so.
And he was a guy, he didn't talk about it much, but occasionally you would hear, guess who knocked on my door to talk about the gospel? And it would be Prince. And he was known to do that, to go into different neighborhoods. And because that was something that was very much a part of his life, was his religion. And that was something that he would take upon himself to go into neighborhoods as Prince, and just in a kind of very discreet way. That was how he wanted to handle it. He didn't want to put it on his sleeve. But that was something that was a big conviction to Prince in his life, was his religion.
And I remember being around 10, 11, 12 years old in the 80s, being a kid of the 80s. I remember several friends. You talk about just iconic. I think about Prince. Right now, I think we're looking at the trailer for Purple Rain. Probably one of the most defining movies of the 80s in general, whether it's a music movie or not. Yeah, this is the trailer. I remember there wasn't, every other friend had a poster. There's one poster in particular, I'm thinking, people had posters of Prince everywhere. I mean, it was MJ and Prince, and that's who you had. And he was.
I can remember Paul Schaefer from the old David Letterman
band director,
saying that he started riding a motorcycle after he saw Prince ride a motorcycle in Purple Rain. He said, if
did not know that that was Paisley Park, you wouldn't necessarily look at it as you were driving by. He means so much to the city of Chanhassen. I talked to the mayor this morning who said, you know, he has done so much for this community and for this state. And it is a huge loss, not only for the music industry, but the small city of Chanhassen. And I know I spoke with folks at City Hall. They're getting ready to make a statement here any minute. But it is devastating for anybody, whether, you know, you just knew him as Prince, the guy who lived here in Carver County, and you see him every once in a while at the Caribou Coffee, or if you were a huge fan and have been to his show since you were 18 years old. So.
When you're walking around here and you're seeing his fans show up, you know, a lot of them are on their phones, I assume, trying to gather as much information as possible. What are you hearing from them?
You know, a lot of people have actually just come up to me and say, can you please tell me this is not true? And I think I'm still in a state of disbelief myself, because he was only 57 years old. And you just hope that there's, you know, that there's going to be somebody to say, oh, this was just a terrible rumor. And I think that's what's going on. People are just milling about. They look kind of dazed. They don't want to believe that it's true. And, you know, it's still a couple hours later now. I mean, I just cannot believe that Prince is gone.
Yeah,
and the crowds are going to be out of control here by tonight because he's such an international sensation. I know when we have shows, when I drive by, just to go into the Byerly's to the grocery store, and he puts on a show, we will see people here from Sweden and, you know, Finland and Norway. He's an international sensation, and these crowds over the next few days are going to be huge.
This is going to become music holy ground, really, you know.
Yeah.
And I think we're showing the traffic cams right now, I understand, in the area. And as Kelsey pointed out, at first it was a fairly quiet scene here, not a lot of emergency vehicles on scene, and those that were here were kind of hidden behind a wall. And traffic is slowly picked up, and now I think cars coming off Highway 5 onto Autobahn Road here, definitely the traffic picking up. And as Kelsey also pointed out, they have closed at least this side of the street off.
Yeah, and, you know, Chanhassen doesn't have a police department, so that's the other thing. Maybe that's why it's taken some time to get some traffic control out here. They contract with Carver County, so they're just a couple of deputies assigned to this area. So, and this is a very narrow road right here between here and General Mills over there. So it was getting a little bit dangerous, but finally we have some cars out here on Highway 5, and it's going to be a little bit safer for people because, as you've watched and I've watched, people are darting across the road to go put flowers in the fence and to get back over and take pictures, and so a little bit safer than it was just a little while ago.
And unfortunately, where we are on the other side of Autobahn Road, there is kind of this little grassy hill, so it's a decent place for people to gather and be safe.
Yeah. So we'll see how, you know, the day plays out, but there's going to be a lot of fans out here tonight, a lot of tears shed.
I mean, you said you talked to the mayor. I just wonder, how does a city like Chanhassen honor someone like Prince going forward?
Well, you know, I know he was coming back from a meeting, and he just sent me a note saying that they're sitting down right now to try to figure that out. But the one thing he said to me on the phone was, he has meant so much, and he has done so much for the city of Chanhassen, and he owns several hundred acres out here as well. So, and you think when he became what he is, you know, it's been built up a lot in the last 10 to 15 years, but for a long time, it was just Prince's studio out here on this lonely road. And it's wild to me still to think, here he is, Prince, from Chanhassen, Minnesota. So,
you know, a lot of people keep saying, you know, it's Prince's universe and we're all living in it. I think is what one person told me, and this is the center of that universe, you know?
I can't get out of my mind the reaction from that one fan who was just here on Saturday night, drove from North Minneapolis, just in absolute tears. And because I think people have talked to him in the last couple of days, this comes at such an incredible shock. I mean, what happened? How sick was he? And how could this happen?
Yeah, our own colleague Iris Perez talked to him, I think, as recently as Sunday, and totally in shock based on what she had heard and understood about the situation.
All right, but we do expect, and if it hasn't been released already, Carver County was going to release something official around 1:15. So we're looking for that right now. And then the city of Chanhassen about 1:30 should have something. So we'll have an update at that point.
Oh, that's good information. All right, thank you, Kelsey. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, thanks so much. Kelsey Carlson, our colleagues there, and Ted Haller reporting live from the scene at Paisley Park.
We do have a statement from the publicist that we wanted to share with you that we received. It said, "It's with great profound sadness that I am confirming that the legendary iconic performer Prince Rogers Nelson has died at his Paisley Park residence this morning at the age of 57. There are no further details to the cause of death at this time." You just, right there, Prince Roger Nelson. A lot of people are realizing, I didn't realize that that was his name. That was his given name, and I was just reading a little bit of information. Apparently, he was named after his father, who was also a performer. He was a jazz singer, and Prince Rogers was his father's stage name. So that's why he was named after that. Seems fitting that it went with the family. But yes, that is the information from the publicist right now. But again, the big question is what really happened? What went wrong between that Saturday night performance where fans say he appeared okay in their eyes, is that he looked kind of normal and kind of, you know, appeared healthy.
And spirited.
And spirited.
What we do know is before that, preceding that, that Prince, there was an emergency landing and that Prince may have had some dehydration issues, something to put him in the hospital. So we would think that maybe those issues were taken care of. Then he came back here, and to allay the fears of his fans, what did he do? He threw a party at Paisley Park to say, look, it's okay, everything's fine. And as we find out this morning, everything wasn't fine. So we're still waiting to find out officially what's going on. We do know from Ted's earlier report, he said that the medical examiner was there, that Hennepin County has been called in as well, the crime lab and the medical examiner. And as Kelsey Carlson pointed out, we know that they don't have a police force in Chanhassen, that they do subcontract to Carver County, and so they didn't really have much of a police presence. So a lot of the, in a case like this, you have a lot of different agencies that will converge and help out. And in this case, obviously when the word spread, I'm sure within law enforcement, that it was Prince, that they were all hands on deck and doing what they could to help out and to assist Chanhassen, since they don't have a police department per se.
Right, and you could tell that the gathering is growing for sure. It started with a couple fans that we spoke with, and you could see in those cameras that it's looking like it is, you know, a larger gathering. They're closing off some of the streets to make sure they know people are going to want to go and, you know, drop off flowers. We saw one sign that said "Rest in Peace." People want to be there, be together, to get through this together and to remember him and you know, maybe sing some songs. They may listen to some of the music. So people will definitely be gathering there throughout the day, and of course, I would imagine through probably the weekend.
And as Ted was saying, that chain link fence, and Iris Perez was saying that it will likely be filled with all kinds of flowers and different mementos to remember Prince. Right outside of that Paisley Park is that larger chain link fence. You can see it on this jam cam. You can see this is, we're looking at Highway 5 there, and there is Paisley Park right at Highway 5 and Audubon. As you turn onto Audubon, that's the main entrance to Paisley Park. So many people have driven by that over the years, and maybe you didn't even know that was Paisley Park, but that's, of course, where Prince had his estate and stayed there. Even after his fame, that was where he came, and that was kind of his solitude, where he found his, you know, his inner circle of friends and family right here in Minnesota. That never left for Prince. Right,
it was kind of his, and Iris, our colleague, who was good friends with Prince, we spoke with her earlier, and she said that was kind of his safe place. He felt welcome there.
Like
he felt like he could get away from, you know, obviously if you are a mega star, if you're in LA or you're in New York, I mean, you can't really go unnoticed, and he felt people kind of left him alone here. They appreciated him, they gave him his privacy, and that's kind of was his place to go away.
And he could trust them, you know, outside of the Hollywood establishment, as we see more tweets from people in Hollywood. Justin Timberlake, very famous singer and actor as well. Prince, he tweeted, "Prince, nothing compares."
Wow. Look at that picture.
And rest in peace, Prince, and that's from his Instagram that also went onto his Twitter page.
I wanted to pass along this one. Zooey Deschanel, who is an actress on the show New Girl, which is here on Fox. In fact, Prince made a guest appearance on the show a couple years ago. She just tweeted this saying, "Prince was a true gentleman, a king among men." She says he was as sharp and as talented as they come. "I am so glad that I was lucky enough to work with him." She said, you know, being able to work with him was just a different experience than just listening to him on the radio or listening to his CD. And she said, he's just like no one else.
There's no doubt about it that we hear about these different terms of genius, legend, icon. He fits all of those. And I think especially for those of us in Minnesota, but obviously, as we know from seeing what's going on with the way people are reacting. It's a worldwide grief that's going on and shock that Prince has died this morning at Chanhassen in Paisley Park. Ted Haller is still out there at the scene talking with some, it's kind of a cathartic process here, Ted, as we remember Prince.
Another local artist you've got with you there, Ted.
Yeah, I'm here. Everyone will recognize Mark Andrew from American Idol and big here in the local music scene. And Mark, you know, we're hearing a lot about Prince, the man. You've obviously studied him as an artist. Tell us what his influence and his impact is.
Oh, I mean, he's an icon. I think his musicality was all over the place, obviously. He was kind of a master of it all. But I think the thing that he did the most was he was, you know, a pioneer in fighting for artists' rights. You know, he wrote "slave" on his head and changed his name so he didn't have to, you know, be under his label anymore, and that was kind of a changing point for the music industry. But yeah, it's just a shock to see him gone.
What about with your music? Anything that you've stolen from Prince over the years?
Oh, I've stolen from a lot of people over the years, but yeah, Prince is definitely one of them. You know, I mean, just stylistic points and, you know, little things that he would do with his guitar licks and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I think he influenced a lot of people, for sure. And
you were telling me you had a chance to meet Prince, right? What was that like?
Kinda. I was working as an usher at the Kodak Theater, which is now the Dolby, where they hold the Oscars, and it was a Tyler Perry concert. And Tyler Perry had this moment in there where he would break and go to Purple Rain, and I saw it 2 nights before, and then Prince was there with Chaka Khan, and all of a sudden you could kind of tell that Tyler wasn't singing, but somebody was, and it was Prince in the front row with a microphone singing Purple Rain with Chaka Khan. So, and I got to kind of, you know, as he was walking in and everything, I kind of gave the, "Hey, dude." So that was my moment. Yeah.
You know so many music artists. Why do so many big name artists cite Prince, and why does he have this large impact in music?
Well, he's a musicologist. He's a master of all trades. He plays multiple instruments. He has influences from multiple styles, and he was an innovator, you know, with that Minneapolis sound. So, I don't know, you know, it's just, he's just one of those guys, and he was also a performer. You know, not everyone can do all of it, and he was one of those people that can do all of it. So, that doesn't happen very often. So.
And you were saying and I think we all share this feeling, are in kind of a bit of shock, a little bit of disbelief. Yeah. You know, why did you want to be out here right now?
I just wanted to pay my respects. You know, I was actually working down the street. My folks' house is only about a mile or so from here, so I figured I better come over and, you know, just have this like feeling inside myself right now. It's just eerie and like you feel like you just lost something, you know. So yeah, just wanted to come and see it.
Any album or song you really would want to play right now?
You know, 1999 was it. You know, and the Batman soundtrack, obviously. I don't know. You know, I loved a lot of his stuff, and even some of his more obscure stuff is where I found some of the stuff that I loved the most. But you know, I don't know. He came out with so much stuff too. You had to like almost sit down and dig through the archive to get into all of it. So yeah.
Have you had a chance to talk to any other fans here yet?
Just a few. You know, I've actually kind of seen some familiar faces from the Minneapolis music scene just walking around, and you know, heads hung low, and obviously people are in mourning. So
a lot of purple already.
Yeah, definitely.
And how do you see, we see some purple flowers across the street. How do you see this ground, which is kind of going to become some of it a holy ground? How do you see this looking the next few days?
You know, there's going to be a lot more flowers than this. They have the road shut off right now, so it's hard to get here, and traffic's just nuts. So I'm sure once it kind of frees up a little bit, you're going to see a lot bigger of a memorial than that's there, and I'm sure people will be out here with guitars and singing songs and stuff, and yeah.
Thanks for taking time to talk to us, Mark. Really appreciate it. You know, it's interesting, Mark talks about the time he met Prince. I never met Prince, but I saw an Alabama Shakes concert behind me here at Paisley Park, and the band was playing, and we saw sort of a small, shadowy figure behind the stage, and then heard this searing guitar solo come out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden, Prince steps out in the light, and he's jamming with Alabama Shakes. It went on, you know, maybe 10 minutes or so. Second he's done playing his guitar solo, he puts his guitar down and he turns around, he walks off the stage, and he goes to the back of the venue where he was watching the concert, you know, not taking the spotlight away from Alabama Shakes, but just having to join with them for that guitar solo. And that's kind of what Prince was and what you're hearing here. He had this massive presence, this really interesting compound, but he also had these boundaries he set up and this privacy he maintained. And I just want to talk about the scene here a little bit, and we'll get some help from the photographer here. I just want to show you, we have right here at Highway 5 and Audubon Road now. They've since closed down in about the last half hour or so as the crowds have started to gather here. There were a lot of people, darting across the road here to try to go put flowers in the fence around Paisley Park, which was creating a dangerous situation. So police have closed down the roads here, and I think you're seeing now some of the people gathered on this grassy hill that overlooks Paisley Park. Lots of news trucks, both local and national, and a lot of photographers. And then in the middle of the mall, the fans right now in shock, talking to each other, sharing the stories that you're hearing here on Fox 9. Back to you.
All right, Ted, thank you.
You know if they're coming to me, Ted, I gotta change the battery here.
Could use some water.
beginning. Kelsey Carlson has also been out there. And I believe Kelsey was one of the first to let us know in the newsroom, because she had a tip from a friend within the kind of inner circle as to what was going on at Paisley Park this morning. This is video from Prince, Purple Rain days. But the information got slowly, and then it started to build that I think more people started to realize middle-aged man dead at Paisley Park. An investigation is going on right now, and then all of a sudden we find out it is in fact Prince.
And Ted is there for us at Paisley Park right now. Ted, I know you've been there for hours now. You've been talking to fans. What's really striking, these fans, all ages, from all over the place, all over Minnesota, and they just wanted to be there. They said they just felt like they needed to be right there when they heard the news.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it wasn't even something they put a lot of thought into, Kelly. It was just Prince is dead, or we hear rumors he's dead. We need to be there to essentially, bear witness. And, it's just so interesting. You mentioned I've been here for a while now, and, when we first got here, it was us, a couple other reporters. I think our Kelsey Carlson was the first person here, and 2 emergency vehicles that we could see inside Paisley Park. The rest were hidden behind a wall. It was a very understated, quiet, eerie scene here as we started to hear these unconfirmed reports that it was Prince who had passed away, and then we later on got the official word. And since then, we have seen the crowd grow. First, mostly media arriving, and then fans following the media, and those fans now all gathered on this green hill, watching the scene, just looking at Paisley Park. There's not much to see, but Paisley Park is kind of their church in a way, if you're a huge Prince fan, and they just needed to be here. Some are putting purple flowers on the fence, but they're trying to keep the fans on this side of the street, and I think you're seeing some of those people right now. Now, as people arrive, obviously traffic has picked up, and for a while it was kind of chaotic behind here, but since then the Carver County Sheriff's Office has closed off Audubon Road, which is the road that runs by Paisley Park. It comes off of Highway 5, so it was easy for people to get here, and obviously the traffic was picking up. Now, when I look in the other direction, away from Highway 5, down the street, you probably can't see because of the media and the people blocking the view, but it's just a line of cars, as far as I can see, parked on the side of the road. And we're only a few hours after we heard word that Prince had passed away. So I think the scene here in the next few hours, and I can't even imagine right now the next few days, what it's going to look like as people come here. As many fans have told me, people aren't coming here just from Minnesota. People are probably booking flights from other states, maybe other countries, to come here because they need to be with the only people who understand what they're going through right now, and that's other Prince fans. So I think we're going to be seeing just an incredible scene here as people show up, and usually show up with mementos. Maybe that's purple flowers. I would imagine purple anything. Purple is going to be the theme. That was Prince's color. But that's what we're seeing here at Paisley Park right now at this point in the afternoon, as this news spreads around the world and is basically nonstop coverage right now on some of the cable networks. I can send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Ted, thank you. We want to take a look now, if we can, at, I think we have a tweet from St. Paul Mayor Chris Coleman. Do we have that? Can we take a look at what he has to say? All right. Reflecting on my life and all the moments Prince provided the soundtrack. He was one of us and one of the most influential artists ever. I think a lot of people would echo that. Ted asking folks earlier, what's your favorite song? What's the song that resonates with you most? And it's hard to pick. It's really hard to choose, but.
Well, and again, it's so hard to pick because he was so instrumental in not just one decade. I mean, you look at music stars that have their heyday and then kind of fade into the background. It never really happened for Prince. Did he have the mainstream success that he had in the 80s with Purple Rain and other albums, or or the Batman soundtrack, which people sometimes forget? Yeah. But it didn't matter. He stayed so relevant in so many different ways through mentoring artists or just through his own music. So we're going to go live to Kelsey Carlson, who is standing by right outside Paisley Park. Hi, Kelsey.
Do we have Kelsey?
I think we're having.
There she is. Hi,
All
Kelsey.
Right, yes.
Hey, Amy, I think you guys were talking to me. I hope so. It's a little bit chaotic out here, so I apologize if I didn't hear you initially. We are out here in front of Paisley Park, been out here for the last couple of hours, and I guess the best way to describe the scene is sort of a stunned silence among the fans that have started gathering here. I got out here about 10 o'clock this morning when I heard that there had been a medical call here, and I think initially I thought it was just going to be something, you know, not a big deal. Never in a million years would have imagined that we'd be sitting here talking about the death of Prince, you know, an artist who sold 100 million albums, just incredible. And as you guys were saying, Jason and Amy, he just had an ability to stay relevant in the music industry. I was even a little bit stunned to look at his age today, 57 years old. In my mind, I think he's always about 35, and he took care of himself. He was always interested in what was current in the music industry. He himself stayed current, and his parties were always well attended here at Paisley Park. It's something that people here, locally, of course, and internationally, love to get an invite to or wait in line for and get a chance to see inside. And in fact, Saturday, he was there. He greeted the crowd, didn't perform. He had been sick since Friday, or perhaps longer. You know, we're still trying to figure out what happened to Prince and what caused his death. Yeah, it's a very sad day. I think Ted was talking about this a little bit ago. They've got the crowd under control, and finally traffic here on Autumn.
We've lost a feed to Kelsey. As you can imagine, it's really chaotic out there, and press from all over, not just the country, but all over the world, heading to Chanhassen, heading to
we think
Paisley
it's something
Park.
now. Just wait in a few hours, and you know, people internationally will be coming in. So in the coming days, people are just going to keep coming and keep coming, as you know, to pay their respects, and you can't blame them. These fans are so loyal and so dedicated. We want to take a look at a couple of different things right now. Do we have the tweets from the Twins? Okay, fitting that it's raining in Minneapolis today. Our Iris Perez had mentioned that as well earlier, as well as Kelly O'Connell is just sort of setting the tone for this day. That's from the Minnesota Twins. We have the Vikings as well. We've lost a legend way too soon. Rest in peace, Prince. And from the Minnesota Wild, we mourn the death of Prince. Rest in peace to the iconic Minnesota musician, one we were proud to call our own.
Chris Rock, the legendary comedian, friend of Prince, tweeting a little bit ago, "Say it ain't so," with a classic picture of Prince. Shonda Rhimes, television icon as well. I just cannot, with the hashtag Prince. Demi Lovato, OMG. Ellen DeGeneres, Prince was brilliant, larger than life. What a sad day. Billy Idol, another, you talk about icon. Billy Idol, oh my God, I can't believe that Prince has died. He was such a great talent, R.I.P. Vanessa Williams, legendary, Prince is dead. Hashtag soundtrack from my life, and we've been saying it all day. I think that's when you wipe away everything else. I think that's why this is hitting. I think it's twofold. I think it's hitting people because, hey, on an emotional level, his music really is, for a lot of us. I know the two sitting here, you and I are similar in age. I can think of memories that are immediately tied to Prince music, and also because we've lost so many legends over just within the year. I mean, David Bowie, you know, it just makes this loss even more sharp this afternoon.
Yeah. We want to take a look at another tweet here. Barbra Streisand, so sad to hear of his passing, from another legendary performer. I mean, the reactions just pouring in, social media absolutely blowing up. It is a day, like you said earlier, it is a day you will always remember where you were when you heard the news, whether you were a fan or not. And Jason, you had spoken earlier to the fact that, you know, his music changed quite a bit as he did, and he reinvented himself over the years. And, you know, there were times, I don't know if you can relate to this, but there were times where I was like, I don't know about this version so much, but you still loved him and you still respected him.
Yeah.
And then he'd come back around, and I think, all right, this, you know, I'm loving this now.
Well, and it's his evolution through the years that kept him relevant and kept him at the forefront of music, even when he wasn't getting a lot of radio play, and that never really mattered. He cared more about the craft than anything. You talk to anyone that's ever worked with Prince, that ever knew Prince, you read any interview, it was really all about the craft for him. So, and because of that, he did stay relevant, and that's why he has a legion of fans. And people always talk about what's the legacy going to be. I mean, and though it's already, quick to think about that. The legacy will be the amount of artists that he has touched, and that will continue. It's just very much like a ripple in a pond. You name an artist, and they have probably been influenced by Prince, whether they know it or not. His sound, his craft, and his genius. Again, a word thrown around a lot, but for Prince, a worthy title for him.
And we'll continue to bring you celebrity tweets as they come in. I can't believe it. This one from Lionel Richie. I'm in total shock. So many wonderful memories. I will miss him. Absolutely. And again, these will continue to just pour in today. And we'll be covering this live. We've had, and it's interesting to me as I've been watching the coverage this morning from home and then coming into the station, how many connections, the people just around me here in the station, I had no idea. I didn't realize Iris Perez was a close personal friend of Prince. And, I knew Robin Robinson had that history with him, but to walk in here and, Jason, there are days you walk into a newsroom, as you know, when there's breaking news and there's a job to do and we're all kind of going. And today there is just this feeling of,
it's
you
really
can just
sad.
feel it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, people are affected on such a personal level.
Yeah, if you just kind of wipe away the professionalness of what we're trying to do, and I mean, I think we're reflective of how, if you're watching right now, how you're feeling. If you're a Prince fan, it's just, you can't, I love the phrase, you can't wrap your brain around it. And because I think it is his age, the amount of loss that we've had as far as musical icons and what he meant to Minnesota. I think that's why it's very somber here, because he literally put Minnesota on the map. The Minneapolis Sound. He was the pioneer for that in the '80s, and it's a loss. Speaking of being speaking of being proud and being a Minnesota icon, there's his Central High School yearbook.
Love it.
That is fantastic. That is just, oh God.
Yeah.
And again, it reminds me of that great skit we were talking earlier with Tom Butler. That great skit from the Chappelle Show, where Prince is playing basketball and eating pancakes with Charlie Murphy, which again, he just touched so many facets of entertainment. More great video too we're looking at, vintage
I liked
video.
what you said earlier about his artistry and his love for the artistry, and I thought Mark Andrews, who was a contestant on American Idol, said it just a few minutes ago, and he talked a little bit about Prince's advocacy for artists, and really at a time when the internet was just starting to come around, when there was a lot of controversy around how people were getting their music or, stealing the music.
Yeah.
And Prince was really such an advocate for artists, and I think a lot of that gets lost.
Well, and also, he really wanted to, in that fight with the record labels, at the base of it was really just wanting to bring his music directly to the fans. And again, he was doing that well before anyone else was. And he did it quite well. All right. Coming up on 151.
Yeah. So we have a statement here from the Grammys. We want to read this to you. This is from the president and CEO. Our Grammy family is deeply saddened to learn of the passing of 7-time Grammy Award winner Prince. Today we remember and celebrate him as one of the most uniquely gifted artists of all time. Never one to conform, he redefined and forever changed our musical landscape. Prince was an original who influenced so many, and his legacy will live on forever. We have lost a true innovator, and our sincerest condolences go out to his family, friends, collaborators, and all who have been impacted by his incredible work. And I know there are a lot of folks here still, in the Metro. I did a story recently on a jazz blues artist who was making a comeback, Renee Austin, and one of the members of her band was Dr. Fink. Dr. Matt Fink, and he played with the Revolution, and he's still here in the community, we talked a little bit about his time with Prince, and I'm sure he gets asked about that a lot, as do many of those folks who work so closely with him, and you could just see him sort of just light up as he talked about him, and I think a lot of people have had just that kind of experience with him, and we've talked about this sort of personal relationship that he made you feel, and I've never met him, but from what I understand, he made you feel like you were important, like you were his friend, no matter who you were.
Yeah, well, and you're talking about the personal experiences of meeting people from the Revolution. We were talking earlier that Bobby Z is a friend of mine, and Prince's drummer for many years until about 1986 in the Revolution. Bobby is the nicest man you'll ever meet. Maury Glover did a story with him about a year or so ago. And I texted Bobby to check on him a little bit ago to see if he wanted to say anything, and he just said, I'm devastated. He can't believe it, because he was, you know, to us, he was an icon, but to Bobby, he was a friend. We're going to go back out live to Kelsey Carlson, who is in Chanhassen, right in front of Paisley Park. Hi, Kelsey.
Hey, Jason. Yeah, I know this is still quite a shock out here, let me tell you. Watching a crowd behind me here of about 100 people just standing on this hill, and they're just standing there sort of in stunned silence, just looking out at Paisley Park, taking pictures. Every once in a while, somebody runs across the street and puts flowers in the fence, and there's somebody here, you see in the purple jumpsuit there, sort of managing that situation over there. They'll keep people back at times and tell them they can't come across. But again, here's Doug getting a shot of the crowd that has gathered here on the hill, and you can see it in their faces. I mean, it's one of disbelief right now. Anybody who's been a fan of his, and we've got fans who are young and old here, they're just not ready to believe this. Who would? He was young, he was relevant, really only 57 years old, which it's hard for me to believe that Prince is 57, but he stayed current in the music industry. He was still performing, he was still out there, still trying to get better, still loving what he did, and this news this morning has been just tough. I got out here early this morning. I'd heard, because I live close by, that there was a medical call over here and that something might have happened. So that was about 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning. And I'm trying to find out and I'm trying to confirm right now if there was actually another call that came in around midnight, that perhaps EMS had been called to check something out here at midnight, but I do not have that confirmed right now. Carver County just put a note out about an hour ago confirming this death. And you can see right now a number of people putting flowers in the fence, and that is just going to grow. Over the next 10 hours, I can't even imagine what this crowd is going to look like. I know, living nearby and running errands around Audubon and around Paisley Park on a daily basis, I see people all the time who just pull over, stop, take a couple pictures, a couple of selfies, and then move on. And then whenever he's going to have a show, the line outside Paisley Park, we see people from all over the world who fly in for his special events. And, you know, he is truly one of a kind. And the city of Chanhassen, I know, has already said that he's done so much for this small community. The fact that somebody of his status lived in Chanhassen, this quiet little sleepy bedroom community of Minneapolis. He owns a lot of land over here, and this building right here is the centerpiece of the community. So it's going to be tough, not just today, but for a long time, guys.
Hey, Kelsey, we're going to keep you on for just a second. I want to ask you a couple of questions,
Okay.
but I want to let our friend Jason here go, and I want to thank you so much for all of your contributions this morning and your insight into this tough day.
Very tough day for all of us.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Jason. Kelsey, if I could, we have just a couple of minutes here. I know you
Sure.
you live in Chanhassen. You were out there. You were, I think, the first person, if not amongst the first people out there. But I'm curious, talk to us a little bit about your memories of Prince growing up. Were you a fan growing up, and what did you love about Prince?
You know, I think everybody's a fan, really. You guys were talking about your favorite songs, and I remember having a cassette tape with Little Red Corvette on it. And just the other day, I had my 4-year-old, Kellen's 5 now, he just turned 5, in the car with me. And a remake of Little Red Corvette came on, and I was trying to explain to him, as we were driving around Chanhassen and we were just grocery shopping and doing everyday errands, I was trying to explain to him how important it is and how unique it is that we live so close to this recording studio. And so I was trying to, how do you explain that to a 5-year-old? But I said, this white building here, there's a very important music star who records his music out of here. And you hear this song on the radio, he is the first person who recorded that. And a lot of times people come in and they go to his shows. And that was just a few days ago. And Kellen will say to me as we drive by, and he even asked me this morning, he said, how's the Prince doing? And, it resonated with him. And my other son, Charlie, who's 9 now, we were coming back from something. And he said to me the other day, he said, I feel like we live in a really important area. Target's based here, and Lifetime, that big gym is based here, and Prince is here, and you really, when you're going about your ordinary, everyday business, you don't stop to think about those sorts of things. But you know, the fact that Prince is from here, he kept his recording studio here, he lived in this quiet little community. Every once in a while, people would see him at the Caribou Coffee, and you'd hear stories like that. Unfortunately, I never saw him out and about. I was always hoping for that moment, but you know, it's amazing what he did accomplish in his 57 years. If he'd had the chance to live 2 or 3 more decades, you know, he would have still been recording, I'm sure, to the end.
Yeah, I love that, and we want to welcome now Jeff Passolt, who's joining us, and thank you, Kelsey. Jeff, wow, you and I haven't even seen each other today,
No.
but I would love to just kind of gauge your reaction.
Total shock when we first heard about this. You know, Prince was such a talented, I mean, doesn't even sum it up. He was beyond talented. A reclusive man, yes, a bit of a mystery even to us in Minnesota, but shared a lot of his success with people here, like an impromptu concert that he had on Saturday out at Paisley Park. I grew up with 2 of the band members that Prince was with, and Bobby Z and Matt Funk, high school classmates, so to speak. And I'd get a little update from especially Bob every now and then when I'd bump into him. The way it all began for them. You know, they had this band, and all of a sudden this young protege, so to speak, comes on, and he can play all these different instruments, and he quickly became the star of the show. And then there was just most recently with US Bank Stadium and the Super Bowl coming, and everybody was hoping and wishing that the halftime show would be Prince, because he did a great halftime show several years ago at the Super Bowl that people won't forget. Now to think that won't happen either. It's his stamp on the music industry in the Twin Cities. People around the world know First Avenue because of the movie Purple Rain.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I was hearing someone earlier being interviewed, and they said, you know, no matter where you go in the world, you could be at a hotel lobby in Indonesia, and you know, and you'll hear Prince's music. It just resonates, no matter who you are, what language you speak. I think it's interesting. You touched on the mystery of Prince, and we've been talking a lot this morning about that mystique. And then I also found it interesting that Kelsey was sort of talking about this lesson almost that you can sort of teach your children, that, you know, just because someone is a quote unquote celebrity, you know, they're a real person too. And here was this mega star, this icon, who was living, you know, in the suburbs of Minneapolis, and like you said, would go to the Caribou. And
I would always get a phone call from somebody here at work, or maybe bump into someone, and more often than not, Prince just was filling up his motorcycle with gas. You know, one of the last things you expect to see when you pull into the gas station, and here is this world-renowned music icon.
Yeah, isn't it incredible? And you know, so we've been showing you tweets as they've been coming in from different celebrities, and here's one from Shania Twain. Sad beyond words that Prince is gone. To me, he was one of the greatest music heroes, a true genius. There will never be another Prince.
Well, she's right about that. I mean, you can't see Prince without thinking of him first.
Yeah.
Not one of the royal family.
No.
Him first. Yeah.
Absolutely. And we also have a statement. Prince's publicist put this out about an hour ago. It is with profound sadness that I'm confirming that the legendary iconic performer Prince Rogers Nelson has died at his Paisley Park residence this morning at the age of 57. There are no further details as the cause of his death at this time. And I think, you know, that's interesting. A lot of people this morning, I know we broke in this morning around the 10 o'clock hour, and there was that time frame there where no one was confirming anything. There was a TMZ report that was out, but there was no official confirmation from law enforcement. And you saw it on social media, and there was this feeling of just, you know, the word no, this can't be happening.
Right. It's almost one of those I have to pinch myself moments. You know, more about Prince too, so rooted here. He loved our sports teams. He'd see him at a Timberwolves game. He loved the Vikings. For years he loved to play basketball. A diminutive guy like that, but he loved the game. And more often than not, that's where people would see Prince.
Yeah.
Maybe from afar or bump into him going through the corridors.
What was so great, one of the great things about him, and we were talking earlier about sort of the layers of grief that are happening here, one of them being shock, but I think being from Minnesota, it just adds that additional layer of shock, grief, fill in the blank. I mean, it's just profound.
Well, if you think about it, who do we have in Minnesota that is that famous?
Right. I mean, a lot of people will say, you know, Bob Dylan, right? And Ted Haller made a great point earlier when he talked a little bit about the fact that Prince was somebody who, you know, came back to Minnesota and he stayed in Minnesota. Bob Dylan was sort of the opposite, you know, and we love them both. But I think a lot of people really think of him as sort of their hometown guy and had a lot of pride in the fact that he had pride in being from Minnesota and wanted to come back. And our Iris Perez, as you know, Jeff, is good friends with Prince, and she has spent a lot of time with him and talked to him as recently, I understand, as possibly Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah,
really?
yeah.
I know she was at one of his shows recently.
Yeah.
And talked about how magical it was.
Yeah.
And you had to be a dedicated Prince fan to go to his shows because he took his time to get on stage.
That's an
Let's just put it
understatement,
that way.
right? Yeah. All right, let's take a look at, there's Target
Field.
Field.
Look at that. Yeah, you're going to see purple everywhere. And like I said, Prince was a Twins fan. You know that for sure, the way he responded to all the other sports teams in our town. And it's not lost on anybody who has anything to do with entertainment, as it were, here in Minnesota. And the first thing I did when getting ready to come in, I got out the purple tie.
I know it.
It's an homage to an incredibly talented man, and all of the work that he's done. Like you said, you can hear his songs everywhere, and you know the tunes. And I don't care what age you are. I mean, Kelsey was talking about her 10-year-old son knowing who Prince is. It's just, it isn't quite sinking in. It's just hard to believe.
We've heard that from our colleague Kelsey Carlson, who is out at Paisley Park. Kelsey has been there since this morning when she first received a tip. She happens to live nearby and received a tip that that something was going on. So she headed right out there and has been out there since and trying to understand what's going on. She's had a chance to talk to a lot of people out there, and boy, I think the word she used earlier, stunned silence, and I think that's probably a great way to describe it.
Yeah, we saw some pictures of some of the people who came to Paisley Park to pay their respects, other people gathering at First Avenue tonight. There's a concert at the X tonight with Mumford & Sons. You can be sure that people who love music will have something to say there. And the crowd continues to gather there. In one sense, showing their respect, but in another, they're thinking, say it isn't so.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, I think that's right, Jeff, a lot of people still in shock, even though it's been confirmed now. That crowd, boy, is just really going to grow. And our Kelsey Carlson is out at Paisley Park right now. And Kelsey, you've been out there for several hours now. You've found some good folks out there who are willing to sort of talk to you, even though they're clearly devastated now. What do you have for us right now?
You know, I think this crowd really shows just his impact on music, and you know, I think the emotion speaks for itself. Jessica and Matt, okay, I saw you guys just walked across the street to put some flowers in the fence. Tell me a little bit about you know, why you were drawn to Prince and why you've been such big fans over the years.
I'm from Minnesota originally, and my dad is such a musical person, and he just, from a young age, instilled so much music in me. And I mean, Prince is just part of our culture here. He's just, you know, just someone that you just assumed would be around forever, and you didn't think this was actually going to happen. So it's just, I'm still in shock about it. And he's originally from New York, and I just kind of showed him Prince basically when he came here and took of Lake Minnetonka
She purified me in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
Actual Lake Minnetonka.
Being from New York and finding out that Prince was from here, if you didn't know that already, and then seeing this, I mean, it's just this nondescript white building on Highway 5. What was that like when you came here to Minnesota and realized that he was here? And as flashy as he might be in other parts of his life, this is not flashy.
No, and it wasn't flashy for him because it seemed like he was just an everyday Minnesotan. He wasn't this major celebrity, just one of us. And
you just bump into him on the streets.
Yeah.
You know, he was just around, and that was just part of something. Everyone knew something about Prince, and someone knew. It was like the 6 degrees of separation, or whatever that was called. It's just someone you knew Prince and had a story about Prince, and that was how connected to this community was. And it was just, he's an amazing guy.
Why did you feel like you needed to come here and stand on the street and be among the fans?
It's just part of the community. I mean, people are going to be hurting from this. Part of every day here. I needed to be part of it, and I needed to show my support for someone that just touched so many lives around the world. So.
How many times did you guys see him perform?
We never did. We always wanted to, and we always wanted to go to one of his parties or one of his shows, and we never got to. And you always thought you had the chance. You always had time, and now we don't. So.
I think you said it best when you said, I think we all expected Prince to live forever. I mean, I honestly, seeing his age on a piece of paper today, 57, to me, he'll never seem 57. And not that that's old by any stretch, but he just seems so youthful in the way that he carries himself and in his music and the way that he stays relevant.
That's why he spread through every generation. He was youth. He was everything people wanted him to be, and it's such a sad day, and it's amazing seeing all the support for him here today.
Do you think you'll hang out here for a while?
Yeah. Talk to people, see some stories, and talk to people about their experience with him. So.
And I think that's the thing. Is like, well, what do you get out of just being here? And is it just talking with other people and sort of sharing it with strangers?
Yeah, it's the love. I mean, everyone had a connection with him that's here right now, and I think just coming together with that love is something that everyone needs right now.
I think he would feel pretty good looking down right now, seeing all these people that care about him and love him. And I can't imagine what this crowd is going to look like by tonight. You grew up around here, so what is your first memory of Prince?
Just as Purple Rain, probably. I mean, just seeing that, and just my family talking about Prince and what he's done to communities, and it's just, I don't know, I'm just in shock about it.
For you, being from Minnesota and growing up with his music, what is Prince beyond the music?
He was local. He supported so many local people. He supported local record stores. He was just all about supporting people that needed it, and that's something that I'm going to carry on for as long as I can.
Thank you both so much, and maybe we'll talk to you in a little bit as well. All right, we appreciate it. I think that's what we're hearing from a lot of fans, and I've seen a number of people that I know just from Carver County that have just stopped by, and a lot of people just walking around in a daze right now. It is really, really hard to believe, Jeff and Amy, that gone. As Jessica just said, he's just somebody who is very youthful, you think is going to live forever.
Yeah, I think all of us did. Anybody who watched him perform with all of that energy figured that this man was going to be around for a long, long time. It's interesting to see the reaction of these fans. There's great sorrow. They're so sad, but at the same time, his music can bring a smile to their face.
Yeah.
Or talking about him, how he touched people in so many different ways. And from the average person who didn't get a chance to see him in concert, like that couple right there, or to a member of the Minnesota Lynx, Lindsay Whalen, born and bred in Minnesota as well. And she sent out a tweet here. Maybe we take a peek at it quick. It says, "Prince, R.I.P. I'll never forget the explosion in the locker room when we found out he was performing for us after Game 5 last season."
Oh.
He had a special concert for the WNBA champions, and just more proof of what a tough day it is out in Chanhassen, live looking at Paisley Park. As Kelsey appropriately said, kind of a nondescript building aside from that fence which was kind of a signature for Prince, to be honest with you. When he first started having his success, I believe it was Riley Lake in Eden Prairie.
Yeah.
And all of us would drive out there just to see this house with the black chain link fence around it, painted completely purple.
I remember, yeah.
That's when he first started to make it big, and of course then things really blossomed from there, and he moved a little further out into the West Metro.
Yeah, I remember I was living in Marshall at the time, and as just a young girl, and we would drive to the big city, and that was the one thing we all wanted to see was that purple house, and it was so symbolic. I was telling Jason Matheson a little earlier, so symbolic of being a little girl in a small town and thinking that that was, that's where I was going to be and what I was going to do, and then to see the big time and see somebody from Minnesota, one of your own, go global like that and show you that the world is a much bigger place. It was very eye-opening and a beautiful thing. We have some more tweets that we want to show you. They've been just pouring in, as you can imagine, from celebrities and athletes, and we have one here from Seth Meyers. Rest in peace, Prince. The only person I ever saw a crowd part for. I believe it. Lance Bass, Prince. No, and we've just seen that over and over. Fox Sports, Prince's Super Bowl halftime performance will go down as one of the best there ever was. Jeff, you were alluding to that a little bit earlier. A lot of people sort of
unforgettable,
having some hopes that maybe he would be making a comeback there. Rest in peace, Prince. Is from Carole King, an exceptional talent. He made an enormous contribution to music.
And look at the vast array of
right?
Different types of people here in the entertainment industry.
Yeah.
Sarah Silverman, I don't care where we go, I don't care what we do, I don't care, pretty mama, just take me with you. Using part of one of his songs.
Line that came to me earlier was the dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to get through this thing called life. And boy, we are. We're sort of all trying to digest it together as a community.
It's so surreal.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that's happening to just about anybody you talk to.
Yeah.
Part of our business, and thank goodness for the people behind the scenes, many of these people are grieving today.
Yeah.
But they're also busy gathering information that can be shared with all of you out there. And that's, kind of what we do.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll be a time and an appropriate moment for each and every one of us to take a pause and say a prayer or whatever it might be.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a couple of more tweets here if we can show. This is from the Ellen Show, Ellen DeGeneres, if we have that. Prince was brilliant and larger than life. What a sad day. Yeah. And those will continue to come in throughout the day, and we've had crews out. And Jeff, I was telling Jason Matheson earlier as well that I didn't realize all of the connections that were just right around me here at Fox 9. And you worked with Robin Robinson for many years, and she, a dear friend of Prince's.
Probably the only full-length television interview that Prince ever did was with Robin.
Tell us a little bit about what you remember of that story and that time.
Well, I think the most amazing thing for me was the way she was able to get him to open up in a way that none of us had seen before, not any of the national talk show hosts. So you could see there was great trust and a long time relationship that led up to that. And being invited into certain parts of his Paisley Park kingdom, Robin would be at the top of the list each and every time. I can tell you that for sure. First Avenue, as we said, became famous in the movie Purple Rain. It's famous to anyone around here still today. And Fox 9's Leah Bino is down there right now. Leah, what can you tell us about what's happening at First Avenue?
Yes, we're down here, and there's a steady flow of, I would say, between 20 to 30 people that's sort of been rotating through, with the crowd changing, lots of cheers, lots of people bringing flowers and balloons, people of truly all ages, all races, people bringing their children down here. We've talked to a lot of people that have been lifelong fans who have been to 16, 20, 25 concerts, you name it, and, the number of fans are down here. A lot of people say that they're compelled to come down here because they're still in shock. This feels surreal, and so they sort of had to come down here to believe it for themselves. And lean on the shoulder of fellow fans. And there's been some people dancing in the street a little bit. You see a city vehicle go through downtown. One of the DID workers was blaring out all of his windows some Prince music, and some people started dancing. So it sort of goes in waves of some sadness, of people crying and hugging each other, but then to somebody hearing a Prince song and dancing and smiling and laughing and sharing some wonderful memories. So it's really a lot of people coping right now and trying to come to terms that this is reality, that Prince has indeed passed, and they want to see this memorial that's growing, and they want to see that star and take a picture next to it and come to terms with all of this. It's going to take a while, I think, for a lot of these fans for this to sink in, because he's been such a huge part of so many lives here. I spoke with the editor for the Minneapolis St. Paul magazine who stopped here and brought some purple flowers. She herself had been to 16 concerts and was in tears bringing the flowers down and laying them, and just said, I had to come down and see it and believe it for myself. So even journalists here, that, you know, those of us that are working are coming to terms with such a huge loss for not only the Twin Cities, but for the country and the world.
You're so right about that, Lee, and I think for a long, long time, people will be coming by First Avenue. That will be part of a sightseeing trip, if it were, and also at Paisley Park, where a makeshift memorial continues to grow and a crowd continues to gather out there as well.
Expect it to keep growing. Expect people to, you know, not surprised to see people jumping on flights from everywhere in the world just to be here, just to be near his home, the place where he took his last breath. And, you know, and how fitting, too, you know, if there is sort of a small piece of comfort in what's going on today, I guess, you know, as a fan, I think, you know, he was at home and he was in Minnesota, and there's a little bit of comfort in that.
Yeah, you know, I saw a quote earlier about the flight that had to make an emergency landing that he was on from Atlanta to the Twin Cities. I believe it landed in Chicago, and this was about a week ago. And I'm paraphrasing here, but the quote said something about save your prayers, not right now, or something like that. It's almost eerie in a way. We'll talk more about that later tonight.
And you bring up a good point, Jeff. There are a lot of questions. You know, there was that emergency landing, and there are reports that Prince had flu-like symptoms, and then he puts on a concert on Saturday night, and all seems to be well. And so a lot of questions around what happened between Saturday night and this morning, and those, you know, we'll learn those answers, and it just doesn't make it any easier. I think anytime it's out of the blue, sudden, anytime you've lost anybody in your life, and it's suddenly there is that extra layer of just shock.
Yeah, and we know that one of our colleagues, Iris Perez, as you mentioned, very close to Prince, she sent out a tweet here, and I think we're going to put that up quickly, and it says, Prince, in my heart I regarded as a humble king. Thank you for the beautiful memories. I love you. Rest in power. Iris, one of the many people covering the story today. You know, also, when you think about Prince's music, it was one of a kind.
It really was.
Every single song, you knew it was Prince right away.
Yeah.
In these days where it's hard to tell one artist from another, whatever genre you're listening to, you always knew it was a Prince song.
You always did, whether you liked it or not. You know, over the years, that evolution of this artist and his ability to just reinvent himself. I think as a fan, there are some fans I think who probably just loved everything because it was Prince. And then there are other fans who went through periods of time where they said, okay, not really for me right now, but you still love him and respect him.
You know, some of the greatest party music of all time.
Yeah, absolutely.
No question about that.
And that was a hard part, you know, coming into work today and flipping through the radio stations, and there were all these upbeat, you know, let's go crazy, and all these Prince songs that were on the radio, and you want to be happy and you want to get into it, but boy, it was hard to hear those songs.
Looking at Paisley Park from up above as the crowd continues to grow, and our own Kelsey Carlson is also out there. She's going to join us again with the very latest there and some more reaction. Kelsey?
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, I have Mike Bunting here with me. And Mike, you live in the community. You worked in the music industry for a long time. What was your reaction when you heard the news this morning that Prince had died?
I was shocked. I love Prince. He's one of my heroes. And yeah, his drummer from the Revolution days, Bobby Z, is a friend of mine. We used to work on a band project together and some other deals years ago. So it's really sad. Too many heroes are dying this year. Bowie, now this. I don't know. I mean, I love Prince. His music speaks to me and motivates me and inspires me, and losing him is just really sad news.
Working on the inside in the music industry and seeing a lot of artists, what is his impact overall on music? I mean, I think it probably may vary decade to decade because he's produced so much over the years.
Oh, I think Prince is a huge influence on so much music today, from all styles. You know, he kind of has run the gamut of different things, and no matter what style of music you listen to or play, I think everybody can find, you know, something to be inspired by in Prince's music, in what he does. And so it's a real loss to the musical community, to artists everywhere, you know, to the world, really.
Do you know much about what he was like to work with? He's a reclusive guy. I'm not sure how he managed to stay that way over the years working in the business that he worked in, but any insight?
I've never met him personally. Like I said, I'm friends with a couple of drummers and people who knew him and had worked inside Paisley Park studio here, and it's pretty quiet. You know, he had a lot of confidentiality agreements, so they could never really speak a lot about things. You know, I think my wife might have sold shoes to him once.
Everybody has a story about encountering Prince out here. You know, that is, you also live in Chanhassen. So what is it like, you know, having this international music celebrity in this community? We drive these streets every day and it just becomes part of our life, but it's Prince. This is his recording studio.
Yeah, I mean, I'm either running or driving my car past Paisley Park every day, and you're always kind of looking at it thinking, I wonder what's going on in there, you know? And I was fortunate last summer when the Alabama Shakes were in town, and Prince invited them up here to play a show the night after I saw him in Minneapolis, and then he came on stage and did a guitar solo with them. It blew my mind. It was an amazing moment, and I was very happy to be there. So I've been inside there. It's a really cool place, and it's, you know, and he was starting to throw these parties all the time. And living 1.5 miles from here, I was getting excited, like, great, you know, I don't have to drive to the cities. I can go to Prince's parties on the weekend. And now I don't know.
Yeah, how youthful was he still? When you saw him perform over the summer, you know, he's in his late 50s. I don't think of him as being somebody in their late 50s because he's just so young and vibrant and fun.
I agree. No, he's so talented. He can, I mean, piano, guitar, whatever instrument he picks up, he can play, and he can play it better than, you know, 90% of the world. I mean, he's just so good, and he's full of energy. I would have, you know, when I saw 57 today, I guess I didn't even know how old he was. I would have maybe not guessed, but then when you think back to Purple Rain in 1984 and, you know, and start doing the math, I guess it makes sense.
You also came in just a little bit ago. I haven't seen the traffic out there in a while. When I came in, there's just a few cars. But how is Highway 5 and getting over here? Across the highway to get over here?
Traffic is slow and backed up. So, yes, if you're traveling west or eastbound on Highway 5, probably avoid the Audubon intersection and find another way. Lake Ann Park's full of cars right now. People are parking on the side of the road along 78th Street over there. So it's kind of weird to look around and see how many people have quickly shown up here once the news broke.
Do you have a favorite song?
Well, Purple Rain's one of my favorite albums of all time. So everything on that record, from either Let's Go Crazy to the song Purple Rain. I mean, really, the way Let's Go Crazy kind of, you know, kicks it all off for Prince. I mean, dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to get through this thing called life. I mean, says it all right there.
Are you going to hang out here for a little while? I know a lot of people they kind of don't want to leave. They just want to stay here, hang out with the fans, and just sort of see what evolves over the next few hours.
I'll probably check it out for a little bit, but then I have things to do and go see Mumford & Sons tonight with my family and a friend. So Yeah.
You are a music fan, and what does the world lose by losing somebody like Prince? Because he still had more to do.
It crushes you. I mean, losing people like Prince or David Bowie, people that have made so many albums that are impactful on generations of, people and musicians. It hurts, and music is my life. I love it. Outside of running, that's what I do. I listen to records all the time, and so Prince is one of the greats. He's in there. He's right there with the Beatles. I mean, it's McCartney, Lennon, Prince, those type of guys are right there, and losing him is really sad.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, so you can hear the helicopters above us now. A lot more media gathering as well. We're going to start to get a lot of the networks here, and as Mike was just saying, they've got the traffic under control along Highway 5, but it's going to be sort of a crazy scene over there at Lake Ann as people try to park wherever they can find a spot and then start to walk over here. And again, Amy and Jeff, just a lot of people just standing on the grassy hill, walking by, dropping off flowers, still very much in disbelief that Prince is gone.
Yeah. We all are. All right, Kelsey, thanks so much. It's kind of odd in a way that Prince, he was reclusive. You can imagine a man that famous needed his space. So he put his studio out on the outskirts of town.
Yeah.
He lived on the outskirts of town. But that's not going to prevent a crowd from coming together to honor this man. And that is what is happening throughout the day here, and I'm sure it will continue on into the evening. The crowd will continue to get bigger there, and as I mentioned, at First Avenue in Minneapolis.
And one of the reasons we've heard over and over again why he loved Minnesota so much, why he decided to make Minnesota home, when this is a man who could have lived anywhere in the world. People here respected him, they respected his privacy. He felt safe here.
And his mom was here.
Yeah.
And he made sure he took care of Mom. He was also a very charitable man.
He was. We did a story back in, I think it was 2000, and he was at that time helping out a small town in North Carolina. He gave something like $37,000 to folks in a small town, Princeville, North Carolina. They had been wiped out by Hurricane Floyd at that time, and he really wanted them to use that money to just rebuild the town. And it's an interesting thing about Prince as well is, he's a celebrity, and there are so many things we know him for, so many things that were publicized about him. But I think there were probably so many more things that we didn't ever know. These relationships that he had, these friendships he had with people here, the impact, as Kelsey was talking earlier, on the community of Chanhassen. I mean, think about what Chanhassen looked like when Paisley Park went up. It's, right now it's pretty, bustling, but
there was a bunch of barns around that thing when he first put that up. I'll tell you that.
I mean, imagine what he's just done for that community economically, and so the contributions are just countless, and we'll be hearing more, I think, about those sort of hidden contributions in the days to come as people start to come out with their stories of how he helped them or how he was a friend to them.
Again, tweets coming in from all over. This one from MTV, and it's repeating the line that Kelsey's guest there, Mike, said, "Dearly beloved, we're gathered here today to get through this thing called life." We have many, many more tweets on social media too.
I saw MTV also was going to be changing their logo on air today to the color purple as well to honor Prince. This is from Sun Country Air. We are deeply saddened by the loss of a true hometown artist. So our hometown airline there, talking about the death of Prince. The twins, and Jeff, you talked about earlier how much of a fan he truly was and supported Minnesota sports teams. It's fitting that it's raining in Minneapolis today.
And purple in the backdrop, it is a purple rain day. There's no question about that. Let's see if we have any more here. This one from Goldie Hawn. "My heart aches at the loss of Prince. He has joined his angels, of which he was one. Rest in peace." And Rita Wilson, "Your music and gifts will live on forever. Thank you for all you gave us. God bless your soul." Just across the gamut, Hollywood stars, entertainment stars, people from sports, and other famous backgrounds, political people, including our own Senator Amy Klobuchar, who sent out a message today, and I believe we have that somewhere. At the same time, when I mention that, I'm now seeing on Twitter that the Apollo Theater has changed its marquee to honor Prince in New York City. And it says on the marquee, "In honor of the beautiful one, Prince, nothing compares to you." And then 1958 to 2016.
Prince, of course, wrote that song for Sinead O'Connor, "Nothing Compares to You." We just were handed a press release here from Carver County, and I'm just going to read it sort of cold on the air here as it's coming in. The Carver County Sheriff Jim Olson reporting that this morning at about 9:43, sheriff's deputies responding to a medical call at Paisley Park Studios in Chanhassen. When deputies and medical personnel arrived, they found an unresponsive adult male in the elevator. First responders attempted to provide life-saving CPR, but were unable to revive the victim. He was pronounced deceased at 10:07 a.m. He has been identified as Prince Rogers Nelson, 57, of Chanhassen.
Well, still many unanswered questions, and I'm sure in the days ahead we'll get the answers as to exactly what happened. He had been sick over the past week or so. In fact, I think he was dealing with flu-like symptoms for almost 3 months.
Is that right?
From some of the things I've heard. And you find out that flu is something that you don't mess around. We do stories on how many people die every year. Tens of thousands of people die every year of the flu. So maybe that played a part here in his death.
And I anticipate we will learn more even today as to exactly what happened. But we, again, learned a little bit more that deputies and medical personnel found Prince in the elevator at Paisley Park, and he was pronounced dead at 10:07 a.m.
I guess it's no surprise to anyone that now we are learning that iTunes sales of Prince songs have skyrocketed and taken over the internet.
Yeah.
Prince, inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in March of 2004. His 1984 album, Purple Rain, sold 13 million copies in the United States alone. He's ranked number 18 on VH1's 100 Greatest Artists of Rock and Roll. And he sold 80 million albums worldwide.
I've even seen 100 million being thrown out there, so I wouldn't doubt it. Jeff, as you mentioned earlier, he was a performer in Miami at the Super Bowl. Boy, was that memorable. That was such a memorable performance. And, you know, it's interesting, he did a PBS special, I think it was it was about 2009 is what I read. And he talked about having epilepsy at that time, and he talked about having seizures as a kid in early childhood, and that was one of the first times that we had seen him sort of open up about his health history. A couple of other just really interesting sort of factoids as I'm going through social media here and reading news articles about him, and you know, like you, I grew up a fan, but I didn't realize some of these things, and so just some interesting little facts here. So Prince was, do you want to take a guess at how tall he was? Do you remember?
I know, go ahead and tell everybody.
I knew you would know, Jeff, because you're sort of all-knowing, but 5'2".
5'2".
5'2".
And he looked so much larger than life on the stage.
Yeah.
Well, you know, he has a whole, had a whole wardrobe department there at Paisley Park. He designed all of those clothes, and they pretty much made all of those shoes with the big heels on them.
Wow.
And so that was from the very beginning. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, as we know, he was such a prolific performer, whether it was, you know, stages all over the world or right here locally. And of course, the club become synonymous with Prince is the one in Purple Rain, which is First Avenue, and that's where we find our Leah Bino now. Leah, what's the reaction from folks at First Avenue this morning?
Well, really, it's been a lot of shock. We've seen a growing crowd that's sort of gone in waves between 20, 30, 40 people just coming here to lay flowers, lay balloons, and sort of see this for themselves, that Prince has indeed passed. I'm joined here by Michelle LaFrance. You said you came down here. Why were you compelled here to come down to First Avenue?
Well, I work at Lifetime, and I teach yoga, and I heard about it right after I taught, and I saw people walking over with flowers, and I just wanted to look at his star. I've been a fan since I was a teenager. I remember seeing the movie Purple Rain when I was about 15 and thinking it was just about the coolest thing I had ever seen. And he's a genius, and it's I can't believe he's gone. It's really sad. Ironically, I'm going to Bob Mould at First Avenue tomorrow night, and I think that it's going to be a really sad but hopefully celebratory feeling, because First Avenue is Prince's home.
How would you put it into words? What has kept you and captivated you as a fan of Prince and his music all these years?
He's so innovative and just such a really brilliant musician, and he's stayed relevant for decades.
As far as concerts, though, you said you do have one regret.
My one regret is I never saw him perform live.
It's hard to swallow right now.
It is. It is. So I would say anybody you are dying to see, go see them, because you never know. It might be the last chance you get to see them, and now he's gone. But his music lives on.
Very true. All right. Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate it very, very much. Yeah, as you can see, a lot of fans, a lot of people here just, again, coming to terms that this is reality. A lot of people still in shock. We've seen a lot of tears out here. We've seen a lot of laughter and even some dancing in the street with people as they're playing some Prince music, or cars going by and saying we lost a legend as they roll by through the lights here. But again, a lot of fans coming here basically just to have another shoulder to cry on or to lean on and share stories with fellow fans. That seems to be what's drawing a lot of people here to First Avenue. You can't quite see it through the crowd, but there's a growing pile of flowers and balloons and cards, and we, of course, only expect that to grow as the days go on. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Leah. You know, from First Avenue to high above Paisley Park in Chanhassen, two places famous for Prince hanging out here in the Twin Cities, and then to prove how this stretches all across the United States. I mentioned it earlier. We have a picture of the Apollo Theater in New York paying tribute to Prince and speaking about this man's incredible life and how he touched so many. And there it is. I only wanted to see you laughing in the purple rain. Quoting the famous Prince song. This is going to be one of many, many spots all across our country, and I would imagine throughout the world. And we continue to get more tweets from people far and wide. And another example of how Prince's music spreads over just about every part of entertainment you can imagine. I was going to go to this one from the Timberwolves. We'll get to those in just a little bit. You are not surprised at some of the people. Yeah, maybe I'll just read some of them to you. This is from the Timberwolves. Prince, of course, a huge fan of the Wolves. When doves cry, wolves cry. Also, Tyus Jones, the Timberwolves rookie who just completed his first season out of Apple Valley. Rest in peace to the legend Prince, Minnesota's very own. You will be missed.
Keith Urban, just heard about Prince, can't believe it.
Yeah. And then one more, Lin-Manuel. This is the star of the Broadway show Hamilton. Gutted, mourning with you. And a final, Amy Schumer from the world of comedy. Deep tragedy. I'm so sorry for your loss, Minneapolis. We will try and cheer you up for at least a little while tonight. That's right. She is appearing tonight in town.
Yeah.
That's going to be a difficult show, but she's a comedy pro, and I think at just about any entertainment situation tonight, the man who was on with Kelsey Carlson talking about how he'll be at Mumford & Sons tonight at the XL Center, and don't be surprised that there is a major tribute during that show as well.
I would think any artist who's coming here and any time in the near future will be including some sort of a tribute to Prince within their show.
You know, I don't want to get too far ahead of things, but I'm looking, and immediately I think this is going to become a museum, Paisley Park. With all that happened there, with all of the different collectible Prince-type things, this is going to be a place where people will come to visit and pay their respects, I believe, for many, many, many years.
I think that's probably a good guess. You know, we just hope it becomes whatever, you know, Prince would have wanted it to become. And again, those crowds growing out there in Chanhassen this morning. News breaking, 9, 10 o'clock hours, and ever since then, crowds increasing in size. The memorials growing as well. Nondescript building in the middle of Chanhassen. It's quite remarkable what's happening there.
The inside much more descript than the outside. You can bet on that. You know, you talked about Prince letting everyone know that he suffered from epilepsy as a child, but he also at one time in his life must have been a deeply religious man, because he believed that divine intervention helped cure him of the epilepsy.
Well, I know it was about 15 years ago he became a Jehovah's Witness, and so we know just from accounts from speaking with our Iris Perez, who again was a dear friend of his, that he's deeply spiritual man, and so that doesn't surprise us at all to hear.
I remember the story with Iris in one of our afternoon meetings. And she had spoken with Prince after one of his concerts, hung around for a while. And this is where they first got to meet. And he was talking about getting his music on the internet, because he's probably not real happy to hear that the iTunes sales are skyrocketing today, because he was kind of competing in another business there. But there were so many things about that industry that Iris had to teach him about. And I think that's where their friendship began.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Well, we want to send it back out to Paisley Park right now. Our Kelsey Carlson has been out there this morning since the news broke. Kelsey, you were the first person out there, if not one of the first out there. Tell us what you see now.
Yeah, you know, Amy and Jeff, when I rolled up this morning, I just heard that there was a medical call here. I live nearby, and I was the only car on the street. And at the time, I thought this probably is not going to turn out to be anything serious at all. And here we are several hours later with incredibly, incredibly sad news about Prince. Huge crowd out here, as you guys have watched for the last couple of hours, and they've got the traffic under control there on Highway 5. I just got a statement from the mayor of Chanhassen, because Paisley Park is built here in the city of Chanhassen. They're very proud of the fact that Prince recorded his music here and had his epic parties here. From the mayor, it is with heavy hearts that the city of Chanhassen extends our deepest condolences to Prince's family, friends, and fans around the world. We're very proud that he built his studio, Paisley Park in Chanhassen, but even prouder that he called us neighbors. In Prince's life, his talent and vision for music, performance, and entertainment made him a universally recognized and celebrated icon. And that is true. You know, people here did consider him a neighbor, even though he was very quiet, reclusive, and you didn't see him much. Every once in a while you'd get that story about somebody seeing him out and about, and of course I know, just driving by here on a daily basis, I always look over just to see if maybe I'll catch a glimpse of the purple one. I also run this street quite a bit in the early morning hours, and knowing that he throws late parties, I had always been hopeful that maybe I would see somebody coming out of here one morning. It's a very, very sad scene here right now. We have cars coming in. Looks like family and friends are gathering inside by the front doors. Every once in a while we'll get somebody that they'll let in. And you know, we've had media show up from all across the country here in the last hour or so as well. And the number of flowers and bouquets along the fence line also growing. And then strangers, just fans, people who've grown up with his music, people who are from Minnesota, are just hanging out, and they're just talking to one another, just sharing stories about what they remember, their first concert, or if they ever came in here to watch a show. He did actually address a crowd on Saturday. We know he was very sick on Friday and had some flu-like symptoms. Saturday he had a party inside Paisley Park, and while he did not perform, he did talk to the crowd. And I've talked to a couple people who were in attendance, and they said he didn't look good. He seemed frail, but that's what you would expect if he had been feeling under the weather. But you know, nothing that seemed alarming. And he talked with a girl who was in the crowd. He talked about some of the upcoming projects that he had, and everything seemed fine. And so now, to get the news here that he has died at the age of 57, quite shocking, and again, just incredibly sad for the millions of fans that he has developed over the decades.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. You know, you're so right about what you're saying there, and it's difficult to see family members and friends rushing to get there to be with each other.
And in this age of social media, many of them finding out, you know, not from law enforcement, which...
Right, which is, well, that's one of the things you deal with with social media these days. More tweets coming in. I'm not sure if we can get the iPad to mirror onto our screen or not, but yes, we can. So Celine Dion, terribly saddened by the devastating news. He truly is a legend and a hero of mine. Rest in peace.
And she's someone who's, of course, lost several people close to her recently. That Midler, good night, sweet Prince. He really was, too. Sweet, kind, unbelievably talented, a joy to watch and hear. I can't believe it. And Pat Garofalo, when you look up the definition of the word cool, there should just be a picture of Prince.
Yeah.
Cannot agree anymore. And it continues. If you're under 30 and trying to figure out the big deal, do yourself a favor and just once listen to the whole Purple Rain album.
No question about that. And we're going to go back down to First Avenue. Leah Bino is meeting with another person here who has apparently joined that gathering. Earlier, Leah, your guest had said, you know, if you are thinking about seeing someone perform, do it because you never know. And I think a lot of people are feeling that way tonight.
Wasn't that very good advice? Yes, that last one when we talked to, a big regret having never seen Prince in person, although she was a huge fan. But we're joined by another huge fan, Mia Washington. Tell me a little bit about your love for Prince. You're a little teary. You got the Kleenex nearby here as you came over to First Avenue.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like unbelievable. I think for people in Minnesota, it's like he's ours. We claim him. So very emotional time, but I hope everyone will, you know, honor his life in the way it should be, especially here in Minnesota. But it's just devastating.
And unlike the last guest that I talked to, you've been to many concerts, you said. How many and how recently?
I don't know the number, but the last time I saw him, unfortunately, was like a few years ago in LA, and it was amazing. Like, there's just, he's just amazing as a live performer, and there's so many people in the Twin Cities who have these amazing stories of concerts he'd play after dark and in Paisley Park, and he's just given so much to the state, I guess, in terms of what he means as a music icon. It's just, it's devastating. There'll never be another.
What is it, if you could put it into words, that has captivated you all these years to stay a fan all this time?
He's a musician. He's a musician. In times like this, you know, we have pop stars and we have singers and performers, but he's a musician, you know. So I think it's what he's contributed as a songwriter, his talent, his skill, his sound, his look. In so many ways, he's opened so many doors for so many communities who've embraced him, so many different genres. Like, I mean, there's only one.
And you were saying, of course, as people around the world are grieving right now, this is very, you feel, personal to Minnesota.
Absolutely. He's ours, you know. Anytime I've spent time outside of the state, people only associate Minnesota with Prince, really.
It's a very good person to be associated with.
That's about all people, in my experience, outside of the state know about Minnesota is Prince.
Well, thank you, Mia. We appreciate it very much, and we're sorry. We know you're grieving and got the Kleenex nearby, so thank you so much. Like many people, she had to come down here and just sort of soak it in and see it to believe it, and see the memorial and see again that this is reality, that Prince has left us. Back to you guys.
The crowd behind Leah continues to grow. I saw an article here from the Huffington Post. It says this is already the saddest year in music history, and now we lose Prince, because we had someone mention David Bowie, but let's not forget that Fife Dog, pretty famous, and Merle Haggard within the last couple of weeks, and Maurice White from Earth, Wind and Fire as well.
That's right. That's all been this year.
Yeah,
Wow.
a lot of famous music people.
And as we know, Prince gave that concert on Saturday, and we've heard from a couple of people now. And Jeff, you were alluding to this a little bit earlier, but there have been reports from that concert that Prince said, quote, "Don't cry for me, save your tears." And you were saying earlier how, what was there something that he knew? You know, there's just so many unanswered questions.
That will be coming out in the days ahead, we hope. When someone is taken like this and leaves us, everybody wants to know why.
Yeah.
Why? And I would imagine that, you know, no matter the age, there are a lot of people who are going to be playing Prince songs throughout the day, throughout the evening. We've been hearing them here. And I don't mind having them on in the background, quite frankly, even when we're here live. When we pop up the video of him, and you get to hear another snippet, and it reminds you. The interview that Robin Robinson did with Prince all those years ago. Maybe we can listen in for a second.
So that I didn't have to run out to LA back and forth in New York, because that's a different atmosphere. And I found that you tend to reflect whatever it is that's around you. And so I wanted peace around me, so I stayed here so that I could reflect peace. For the 7 nights, it was going to be
Really unprecedented access at that time. Robin becoming very close friends with him and gaining his trust, and an amazing opportunity to really see behind the scenes what goes on at Paisley Park.
And I think this also was in correlation to his 40th birthday, where he made an announcement in a press conference in New York that it was going to be a week-long bash. He had Paisley Park tours during the day, concerts at night, and then the week ended with a very big concert at Northrop Auditorium.
We want to let folks know we're right now trying to get, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we do, TMZ. As many of you know, TMZ was the first to sort of break this news, and then was soon after confirmed.
Yeah, confirmed that it was indeed Prince who had died at Paisley Park earlier today.
We'll bring you that interview when we have it. I pulled up a really fun article written. Apparently, Prince spoke with Time magazine back in 1984, and the one thing that stood out to me about this article, they asked him the question, "Is there anything you can't do?" His answer, cook. I thought that was great.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, that's why he wanted to be close to Mom, I suppose.
Probably, yeah.
He played 26 different instruments.
Isn't that something? I mean, a true artist.
Yeah. A lot of it, you know, self-taught.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just
he
amazing.
Started writing songs when he was 7 years old. I don't know what you were doing at 7, but I definitely wasn't writing songs and playing the guitar and the drums.
I was out in the backyard.
Yeah, I mean, just really a genius from a young age. We have a statement now from Governor Dayton and Lieutenant Governor Smith. Prince and his music defined an era. His tremendous talent was matched only by his generosity and commitment to improving his community. Minnesotans and our nation mourn the loss of a great artist today, one who has left an unforgettable mark on music history and whose contributions to the betterment of our state will be remembered for years to come. And Lieutenant Governor Smith also with a comment here. "We are so sad in Minnesota today to have lost Prince. He was a global star, but we feel his loss personally here at home. Through his playful, funny, original, and prodigious talents, he defined the Minneapolis sound and left an indelible mark on music and culture, not only in Minnesota, but everywhere. Our thoughts are with all of his family and his friends." This is a huge loss.
Yeah, and you know, thank goodness for videos and the recording industry. We will be able to enjoy Prince for the rest of our lives. But it will be the music that he didn't get to make that we will miss.
Those 3 words we've heard so much today, gone too soon, 57 years old. He had, you know, another 20, 30, 40 years of music left in him. And a lot of folks, as we talk to them here out on these different scenes at First Avenue, out at Paisley Park, I think you and I kind of look at each other whenever we hear someone say, we never had a chance to see him, and we just both go, oh, you know, that you just feel for them. Our Kelsey Carlson is out at Paisley Park. You're watching a live shot there of the scene. Kelsey's been out there since this morning talking with numerous people. Kelsey, what are they telling you now?
You know, it's been such a sad and strange day, Amy. When I came out here at 10 o'clock this morning, I was the only car on the street, and I really thought this was not going to be anything significant. And here we are talking about the death of Prince. We've watched as a number of cars have rolled in. Right now we have, looks like sheriffs and investigator vehicles going in, but parked up near the front of the building, a number of family and friends, people in Prince's inner circle have all gone in, and there are a lot of tears out here on the grassy hill where fans have gathered. And it is just sort of an unbelievable, very sad day. One thing you can say about Prince, he was always interesting. Whether you were a fan or not of his music, he was always interesting. And at 57 years old, he was still relevant in the music business, still had plans, still had projects, still performed, still threw parties here at Paisley Park here in Chanhassen. And I know the city of Chanhassen, the mayor has said this, they're devastated by the loss. They considered him a good friend and a good neighbor to this community. And you know what? Not a day would go by that I wouldn't see somebody as I drove along this street stopping to get a picture or a selfie here at Paisley Park. And this is devastating for the music industry. Really, he still had things that he wanted to do, and it says a lot for a music artist that you can stay relevant for so long. So we, of course, will continue to cover this. We still need to figure out what happened. He talked to fans Saturday night at a party here at Paisley Park, and it's still unclear what caused his death, other than that we know he was not feeling well over the weekend. So we'll be live out here, and we'll continue to have updates, of course, as soon as they're available.
All right, thanks, Kelsey.
Yeah, and Kelsey, on that note, we just want to again reiterate the news that we received from Carver County, the small amounts of details that they've released about what actually happened. 9:43 this morning, sheriff's deputies responding to Paisley Park Studios in Chanhassen to an unresponsive adult male in the elevator. First responders tried to provide life-saving CPR, unable to revive him, and Prince was pronounced dead at 10:07 this morning.
A rock and roll Hall of Famer, inducted in 2004. Purple Rain, probably his most famous album, but many, many other songs on other albums became famous too. Known for his ability to play some amazing riffs on the guitar, but also the showmanship and his dancing, just incredible.
And as Minnesotans, you know, we claim him as ours, but I think more importantly, he claimed us. And I think that is what makes this day so hard for so many Minnesotans and music lovers everywhere. We're going to have much more continuing today. Join us for Fox News at 5, 5:30, and 6. We'll see you then.
Yeah, in the meantime, go listen to a Prince song.
Yeah.
His music. Prince. The story. The struggle. The movie. Purple Rain.